a single bomb falls, and the city of Stalingrad disappears beneath fire, dust, and ash. What follows is not just a battle, it's a frozen nightmare. Street by street, floor by floor, a place where hunger, frost, and steel consume over 2 million lives. Across shattered factories and snow-covered ruins, a war of attrition grinds on as the soul of an empire is tested. Tonight, you'll walk through that silence and that fire. From the first German air raids to the final Soviet encirclement, this is the full story of the Battle of Stalingrad, told softly, slowly, and without interruption. Before we begin, let us know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. We read every one, and your voice helps us bring forgotten history back to life, night after night. In the summer of 1941, as Europe lay broken under the iron fist of the Nazi war machine, Adolf Hitler directed his gaze eastward. The conquest of France had been rapid. The Low Countries had fallen, Poland defeated. Yet despite all these victories, Hitler was not content. For him, triumph in the West was never the final objective. The true prize, the core of his ideological crusade, lay beyond the forests, rivers, and plains of Eastern Europe. It was situated within the immense and unforgiving territory of the Soviet Union. To Hitler, the East was more than mere land, it was destiny. He foresaw a German empire extending deep into Russia, sustained by what he termed Lebensraum, living space for the Aryan race. The Slavic peoples were in his warped racial worldview, subhuman, destined to serve, be displaced, or be exterminated. Communism, he believed, was a Jewish creation, a deadly foe to his fascist vision. Therefore, the Soviet Union was not just an opponent, it was the ideological opposite of everything Nazi Germany represented. And in the Führer's mind, it had to be destroyed. The plan was codenamed Operation Barbarossa, after Frederick Barbarossa, the crusading medieval German emperor. The name itself bore the weight of legend, suggesting conquest, empire, and merciless ambition. On June 22, 1941, over 3 million German troops surged across the Eastern Front. It was the largest invasion in military history. Panzer divisions roared through the fields of Ukraine and Belarus, followed by infantry, artillery, and the feared Luftwaffe overhead. The front stretched over 2,000 miles, from the Baltic Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south. This was not a campaign, this was a crusade. At first, it succeeded. Soviet forces collapsed under the shock. Entire divisions were encircled and annihilated. Thousands of Red Army soldiers were taken prisoner in the initial weeks. German generals skilled in blitzkrieg, lightning war, saw their doctrine triumph once again. Vast areas of Soviet land were seized, cities burned, and still Hitler pressed onward. He had informed his generals that the Soviet colossus was a rotten structure ready to crumble under the first strong kick. He was certain the Red Army would fall apart, that Joseph Stalin would lose his authority, that Moscow would be taken before winter. He was mistaken. The Russian land, savage and vast, consumed the invaders. For every village captured, a dozen more awaited beyond. For every Soviet army annihilated, another was formed from the ashes, and behind them stood Stalin, unyielding, cold, and calculating. He had been surprised, yes, but now, with his back to the wall, he demanded total war. Entire cities were disassembled and relocated east. Factories operated day and night. Civilians were drafted, and the Red Army, though battered, started to entrench itself. By October, the Germans were on the outskirts of Moscow. They thought victory was within their grasp, but the Russian winter had come. Merciless, early, and unforgiving, temperatures plummeted below -40 degrees Celsius. Engines seized, rifles froze, and the soldiers, dressed for a summer triumph, now trembled in trenches carved from frozen ground. Snowstorms blinded the panzers. Frostbite devastated the infantry. Horses perished in their harnesses. And in the distance, the Soviet counteroffensive started. The Red Army, bolstered by fresh troops from the east, struck back. Siberian divisions, trained for this very cold, emerged from the forests and attacked the exhausted Germans. Hitler's push stalled. The dream of capturing Moscow dissolved into a bleak and frozen nightmare. For the first time since the war's start, the Wehrmacht had been halted. Yet Hitler refused to pull back. He fired his generals, assumed direct command of the Eastern Front, and demanded more. Pride, ego, and ideology trumped strategy. If Moscow was unattainable, he decided, then another prize must be taken, one just as symbolic, just as audacious. And so the next stage of his Eastern ambition took shape. The campaign for the South, the oil fields of the Caucasus, the breadbasket of Ukraine, and the city that carried his enemy's name, Stalingrad. To the German High Command, this shift in strategy seemed strange. Dividing their forces toward both the oil-rich areas and a symbolic city created a risk of overextension. But for Hitler, logic was no longer a factor. Stalingrad was personal. It was Stalin's namesake. To capture it would be to humiliate the Soviet leader, to crush enemy morale, to strike at the very heart of communist pride. What started as a military campaign now swelled with ideological zeal. The Eastern Front, once a war of armies, started to become something darker, more elemental. It was no longer just about tanks and guns. It was about earth and blood, fire and ice. Entire towns were obliterated. Soldiers disappeared into the snow. Civilians, men, women, and children were engulfed in a tidal wave of ruin. Every field, every forest, every river bend became a battleground. By the spring of 1942, Operation Barbarossa had devolved from a blitzkrieg into a war of attrition. The German army had stretched itself thin, pushing deep into a land that refused to yield. Every mile gained came at the price of lives, fuel, and willpower. And yet Hitler ordered another offensive, this time toward the Volga River, toward the city that would come to define the entire Eastern Front, Stalingrad. The stage was now set. What had begun as a bold gamble, a lightning strike intended to bring down a nation, had become a grinding, savage campaign. Millions of men now stood ready to fight over a single city. A city that to one man represented victory and to another, survival. The battle that ensued would become one of the deadliest in human history. Before the first shots echoed through its ruined streets, Stalingrad already loomed large in the minds of both armies. It was not just brick and concrete, it was the intersection of two colossal visions, fascism and communism, domination and resistance, annihilation and defiance. And within its walls, the world would see the depths of human cruelty and the heights of human endurance. It would be a battle of generals and snipers, of tanks and starvation, of firestorms and frost. It would leave no part of the city unscathed. And when it was over, the course of the Second World War would be irrevocably altered. But that conclusion was still far off. For now, the winds of war howled across the steppe. The Eastern Front was drenched in blood and suspense. And from Berlin to Moscow, from the Wolf's Lair to the Kremlin, two giants gazed into the abyss, both preparing to shape the future with fire. Stalingrad, a name that by 1942 resounded far beyond the confines of the Soviet Union. It wasn't merely a location on a map, it was a symbol, a monument in concrete and steel to the will of Joseph Stalin. A city created by revolution, consecrated by industry, and now fated to become the crucible where the future of the world would be decided. To comprehend why Stalingrad became the epicenter of the storm, one must understand its position, not just geographically, but in the minds of the men who directed the war. Situated along the banks of the Volga River, Stalingrad was more than a city, it was a vital artery. The Volga, running from the north to the Caspian Sea in the south, was one of the Soviet Union's most crucial lifelines. Through it flowed food, fuel, and soldiers. Through it beat the lifeblood of the Red Army. To cut it would be to cripple vast portions of the Soviet war effort. For Hitler, this river was more than just water, it was a line of conquest. If the Wehrmacht could take Stalingrad, the Germans would dominate the entire lower Volga. They could sever Soviet supply routes in half. And more critically, It would unlock the gateway to the oil fields of the Caucasus, the most valuable prize in the Nazi High Command's view. Because oil, not ideology, was the fuel of modern war, and Hitler's supply was dwindling. By mid-1942, the German war machine was showing signs of strain. Despite its victories and its reputation for unstoppable force, it was running low on fuel. Panzer divisions crawled instead of charged. The Luftwaffe rationed every flight. Mechanized infantry was often forced to march. The Romanian oil fields at Sploiti, though productive, were not enough for a war on such a scale. If Germany was to maintain its grip on Europe and defeat the Soviets, it needed the vast oil reserves buried beneath the Caucasus Mountains in places like Grozny, Maykop, and Baku. And to get to them, Germany required Stalingrad. This was the critical point, a gateway to the south, a stepping stone toward a victory that Hitler was convinced would finally bring the Soviet Union to its knees. He imagined a triumphant advance, with German forces sweeping through Stalingrad, crossing the Caucasus, and seizing the riches of the Black Sea. From there, Iran would be open. Even British India could be put at risk. In his grand strategy, Hitler saw not a city but a domino, one that, when it fell, would cause the entire Soviet edifice to collapse. But there was more to it than maps and resources. Stalingrad had a name. Not just any name, but that of his greatest foe, Joseph Stalin. To Hitler, Stalin was not just a person, he was the personification of Bolshevism, the ideology Hitler had sworn to destroy. Their war was not only between armies but between worldviews, fascism versus communism, racial purity versus proletarian solidarity, dictatorship versus dictatorship. Each was cloaked in its own mythology. Each claimed to be destiny. To capture the city bearing Stalin's name would not just be a strategic triumph, it would be a psychological masterstroke, propaganda gold. Imagine the headlines: Stalin falls, Stalin city reduced to rubble beneath German boots. The blow to Soviet morale would be immense. The leader who claimed to be the steel spine of the revolution would be shamed. Millions might lose their faith. The world might see the Soviet Union not as a giant rising in defiance, but as a failed project collapsing under pressure. Hitler became fixated on it. His generals advised caution, warned of overextending their lines, and pleaded to focus on the Caucasus. But Hitler ignored them. He split his southern forces, sending one group toward the oil fields and the other toward Stalingrad. In this choice, he divided the strength of the German army. And he did it not for tactical reasons, but for legacy. He wanted Stalingrad. Yet for all its symbolic importance, the city itself was plain. Before the war, it was called Tsaritsyn, renamed in 1925 to honor the man who had defended it during the Russian Civil War. It had grown into an industrial center. Its skyline was a jumble of smokestacks and cranes, brick apartment blocks and factories. The tractor factory, the Red October Steelworks, the Barricade Arms Plant, these were the pulsating heart of its economy. It wasn't beautiful, it wasn't romantic, but it was vital. And like all industrial cities in the Soviet Union, it was populated by workers, ordinary men and women who toiled under slogans and sirens, who carried the burden of Stalin's 5-year plans, who built tractors by day and marched in parades on May Day. Their lives were rigid, disciplined, and often difficult, but they believed, or were told to believe, that they were part of something larger. Now that something was threatened. As the summer of 1942 wore on, German forces advanced. The Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, moved east with relentless momentum. The steppe rolled beneath their feet. Soviet defenses gave way. The Red Army, though fierce, was not yet prepared. Cities fell. The Don River was breached. The Volga came into sight. And with it, the city. Stalingrad stood there like a dusty, industrial, defiant. To the Wehrmacht, it looked vulnerable, open, ready for the taking. But cities, once engaged, do not give up easily. They become traps. Every building a redoubt, every street a kill zone, every factory a fortress. And the Soviets knew this better than anyone. They had learned it in Leningrad, in Kharkov. They were learning it now in the flames of the steppe. And so they prepared. Stalin himself issued order number 227, Ni shagu nazad, not a step back. Retreat was forbidden. Deserters would be shot. Commanders who failed would be replaced, or worse. To lose Stalingrad was to lose the war. And the man for whom the city was named would not permit it. From the factories came soldiers. From the fields, volunteers. The Volga ferried thousands across its waters, even under fire. Boys barely old enough to shave. Women who had never held a gun. Veterans of the winter battles. They streamed into the city one by one, knowing what was coming. And yet, for the common Soviet citizen, it wasn't about strategy, oil, or ideology. It was about home, the street where they grew up, the river they fished in as children, the factory where their mother worked, the cemetery where their father was buried. To them, Stalingrad wasn't a symbol, it was everything they had. And so, while Hitler saw the city as a prize and Stalin saw it as a test of will, the people saw it as a last stand. The German press, driven by Goebbels' propaganda machine, promised a swift victory. They wrote of the collapse of Soviet morale, the certainty of German supremacy. The Red Army, they asserted, was disintegrating. The city would fall in weeks. But history does not smile on arrogance. And the Volga does not surrender. As Paulus's forces closed in on the city, the first shells began to fall. The sky turned black with smoke. Fire lit the night, and Stalingrad, the city no one thought would matter this much, started to transform, not just into a battlefield, but into a legend. Because this was not merely about geography. It was about legacy. And legacy requires sacrifice. In the distance, the oil fields waited. But for now, all eyes were on Stalingrad, on the city of fate, on the city that would become a furnace for flesh and metal, for hopes and ruin, a place where armies would disappear, where courage would be forged in fire, where an empire would begin to crack. The river flowed, the guns readied, the city waited, and in that waiting, the world held its breath. Thunder in the south. In the early hours of June 28, 1942, the roar of artillery broke the morning silence across the vast fields of southern Russia. Above, German Stukas shrieked through the skies, diving in deadly arcs towards Soviet positions. Below, the tanks advanced in columns, their steel treads grinding the earth to dust. This was not a skirmish. It was not a probe. It was the start of something far larger. The beginning of Operation Blue Fall Blau. After the failure to capture Moscow in the savage winter of 1941, Hitler sought a new road to victory. He had underestimated the Soviet Union's resilience, misjudged the depth of its resources, and squandered precious months in the snow-filled forests of the north. But now, he had a new strategy. He would attack the heart of the Soviet economy. He would seize the oil-rich Caucasus. And, to achieve this, he would unleash the full power of the Wehrmacht on the southern front. Operation Blue was ambitious, dangerously so. It required splitting Army Group South into two powerful prongs. Army Group A would push into the Caucasus, capturing the oil fields that fueled the Soviet war effort. Army Group B would drive east toward the Volga River, securing key cities, cutting supply lines, and ultimately taking Stalingrad. It was a plan born of both strategy and desperation. Hitler needed a decisive victory, and he believed the South was where he would find it. The German High Command, still recovering from the previous winter's losses, threw themselves into the plan with new intensity. Field Marshal Fedor von Bock was given overall command. Under him, generals like Friedrich Paulus and Maximilian von Weichs would lead the armored spearheads. They were experienced officers, survivors of Poland-France in the initial stages of Barbarossa. They knew what Blitzkrieg could achieve, and they were resolved to do it again. As the first phases of Fall Blau began, it was clear the Red Army was ill-prepared. Exhausted from non-stop fighting, stretched thin along a 1,000-mile front, and suffering from a lack of experienced officers, the Soviets had difficulty mounting an effective defense. Entire divisions were outmaneuvered or completely bypassed. Towns and villages fell like dominoes. The German Sixth Army advanced with terrifying speed, its tanks cutting through Soviet defenses like a hot knife through butter. Within days, the city of Voronezh was under siege. By mid-July, it had fallen. The Don River was exposed. The Soviet line bent, then broke. Chaos erupted in the ranks. Commanders issued contradictory orders. Soldiers retreated without permission. Some units were simply annihilated. And as the front disintegrated, the path to the south was wide open. German soldiers, hardened by a year of savage warfare, pushed forward with ruthless determination. They crossed rivers, torched depots, and captured rail hubs. Their maps were filled with new objectives daily. And with each mile gained, their confidence surged. They believed the Red Army was on the verge of collapse. They believed that this time, this summer, the war in the East could finally be won. But even amidst the triumphs, problems began to appear. As the Wehrmacht moved deeper into Soviet land, its supply lines started to stretch. The distances became longer, the roads worse, the terrain more hostile. And the farther they advanced, the more they faced not armies, but partisans. Soviet resistance fighters emerged from forests and fields, attacking convoys, ambushing patrols, and blowing up bridges. The land itself started to fight back. Yet Hitler, at his headquarters far behind the lines, was captivated by the pace of the advance. Daily reports streamed in, towns captured, Soviets surrounded, enemy divisions smashed. He became impatient. He was sure the Caucasus was already within his grasp. And so, in a fateful move, he changed the original plan. Instead of focusing his forces for one massive push, he ordered a split. Army Group A would proceed south into the Caucasus. Army Group B would veer east toward Stalingrad. 2 armies, 2 directions, one huge risk. His generals protested. They warned of thin lines, of divided support, of vulnerability. But Hitler would not listen. He was certain of victory, and he was convinced the Soviets were on the brink of collapse. There was no time, he insisted, for caution. The oil had to be seized. The Volga had to be taken. And Stalingrad had to fall. And so the armies complied. In the fields of Ukraine, German soldiers advanced toward Rostov-on-Don, the gateway to the Caucasus. The fighting was fierce, but the city was taken quickly. To the south, the towering peaks of the Caucasus could be seen in the distance. Army Group A pushed forward, taking Maykop in August. But what they found was not oil, it was sabotage. The retreating Soviets had set the fields on fire, destroyed the derricks, and poisoned the wells. Smoke filled the air for miles. The oil was there, but it would take months, perhaps years, to make it usable again. Meanwhile, to the east, the Sixth Army under General Paulus began its push toward the Volga. The steppes stretched endlessly before them. Heat shimmered on the horizon. The summer sun baked the earth into a hard pan. Dust filled the air. And still, the tanks advanced. Soviet resistance grew stronger. New armies were thrown into the path of the Germans. Many were poorly trained. Most were ill-equipped. But they fought with increasing resolve. Stalin had made his will clear. There would be no surrender. Stalingrad would be held at any price. The Red Army dug in. Yet even with this defiance, the German advance persisted. Soviet units were encircled near Kalach. Thousands were captured. The Don Bend was cleared. Bridges were constructed. Pontoons were floated across the river. And the Sixth Army closed the final distance to its objective. By late August, Paulus's forward units could see the outline of Stalingrad rising on the far bank of the Volga, smokestacks, rail yards, brick buildings in the haze. They had arrived, but the journey had been costly. Every mile had consumed fuel. Every battle had thinned their ranks. The promised reinforcements from Army Group B were behind schedule. Logistics were starting to fail. And yet, the order was the same. Take the city, take it fast, and press on. In Berlin, the news was a cause for celebration. German newspapers announced the victories. Radio broadcasts reported the Soviets were in retreat. Film reels showed tanks rolling through captured towns. Posters promised that the war in the East was almost over, but victory was not yet certain. Because in the East, summer was already starting to fade. The first cool breezes stirred the dust. Clouds began to gather on the horizon. And in the shadows of the Urals, the Soviet war machine was stirring. Stalin was not defeated. The Red Army was not broken. And Stalingrad, that battered distant city on the river, was preparing for war. Operation Blue had started with thunder, with triumph, with speed. It had delivered cities. It had delivered rivers. But it had not yet delivered victory. The Germans stood at the gates of Stalingrad. And behind those gates, the bloodiest chapter of the Second World War was waiting to be written. The summer of 1942 pushed the Red Army to its breaking point. 1 year into the war, the Soviet Union had already suffered more destruction than any modern nation could have conceived. Cities had been lost, millions had perished, and now German forces were at the edge of the Volga River, ready to attack Stalingrad, a city whose name had become tied to Soviet pride. The losses were immense, the wounds deep. But for Joseph Stalin, there was no more room for retreat. The enemy was too close, the stakes too high, and the time for leniency was over. On July 28, 1942, a new directive came from the Kremlin, simple, ruthless, and absolute. Order number 227, Ni shagu nazad, not a step back. These 3 words would be seared into the memory of a generation. Stalin's order was uncompromising. It prohibited any unauthorized retreat. Any commander who pulled back his forces without direct orders would be tried by a tribunal. Any soldier who left his post in the face of the enemy would be shot. Blocking detachments were formed, units placed behind the front lines with a single task: to shoot fleeing comrades in the back. It was savage. It was inhuman. And it was effective. The Red Army, which had already taken catastrophic losses against the German blitzkrieg, was now being told, "This is the line. You will hold it or you will die on it." For many, the order was terrifying, but it also provided a brutal clarity. The chaos of retreat was finished. There would be no more confusion, no more fallback plans, no more illusions of safety. The Volga was the final river, and Stalingrad the final defense. As German forces advanced eastward, Joseph Stalin began to centralize his command with an iron fist. He called upon Marshal Georgy Zhukov, the one general who had successfully defied German offensives before, the man behind the counteroffensive that had saved Moscow. Zhukov was a hard man, unforgiving, relentless, and completely loyal to the cause. He knew what was at stake. If Stalingrad fell, the Soviet front could shatter. The Caucasus oil fields would be lost. The heart of Russia would be exposed. Zhukov was sent not to defend the city directly, but to manage the broader strategic response. He gathered reserves in the rear. He analyzed the German advances. And he waited for the right moment to counterattack. But inside the city itself, another leader was preparing for the onslaught. A man who would live and fight in the rubble, General Vasily Chuikov. When Chuikov was given command of the 62nd Army, the defenders of Stalingrad were already under siege. The air was heavy with smoke. Shells were hitting the outskirts. The Volga, the city's sole link to the eastern bank, was under constant attack. Ferries were destroyed. Supply boats were strafed. And still, the flow of men and material continued. Chuikov crossed the Volga under fire and assumed command on September 12th. He found chaos. Command posts were buried in debris. Units were scattered. Morale was gone. Many soldiers had no guns. Others had no ammo. Civilians were huddled in ruined buildings, refusing to leave. The city was trembling, but it had not yet given up. And Chuikov, short, scarred, and hardened by battle, made one thing immediately clear. They would fight for every single brick. His orders were blunt: no retreat, no surrender. The Germans would not capture the city with sweeping attacks. They would have to take it house by house, street by street, floor by floor. The 62nd Army would not give in. And if they were to die, they would take as many of the enemy with them as they could. Chuikov's command style matched the chaos of the fight. He set up his headquarters just 300 yards from the front lines, close enough to hear the German tanks moving. Communication was often by runner, sometimes by shout. Radio contact was spotty, and yet, under his direction, the city did not fall. It became a maze of defense, a nightmare for the attackers. The Red Army adapted to the hellscape around them. Long-distance fighting was abandoned. Instead, they embraced close-quarters combat. They fought in basements, in stairwells, in the skeletons of factories. German tanks, built for open ground, were useless in the narrow, rubble-filled alleys. Snipers waited for days in destroyed chimneys. Sappers wired entire buildings to detonate. Machine guns were placed inside children's bedrooms, mortars hidden under dining tables. The city itself became a weapon. Stalingrad was no longer a conventional battlefield. It was something darker, more primal, a place where the lines between soldier and civilian, between the front and the rear, between victory and survival, had dissolved. Order number 227 loomed over every action. There was no retreat, no second chance. The Soviet defenders, many of them barely trained conscripts, knew they were fighting for more than just territory. They were fighting for their homes, their families, their very right to exist. The city bore the name of their leader, but it also held their lives, their memories, their blood. Every apartment turned into a stronghold was once a home. Every bombed-out factory once built tractors, not weapons. Now, it was all part of the war. Stalin himself stayed in Moscow, but his presence was felt throughout the battle. Every success in the city was hailed as a symbol of Soviet will. Every failure was met with silence or purges. Commanders who hesitated disappeared. Soldiers who deserted were publicly executed. Propaganda flooded the airwaves. Posters appeared across the country. Stalingrad shall not fall. It was a message to the world. But more than that, it was a message to the people. The Soviet Union would not break. Not again. Not here. As the battle grew more intense, reinforcements streamed across the Volga, not in waves, but in small groups. Men arrived under fire, their boats peppered with bullets, their comrades drowning beside them. Food was scarce. Ammunition was precious. Every rifle was passed to the next man who lived. There were not enough uniforms, not enough beds, not enough graves. But there was enough resolve. The people of Stalingrad did not run. They stayed, taking shelter in cellars, fighting in the ruins, digging trenches with their bare hands. Women worked next to men. Children carried messages. Medics performed surgery without anesthesia, without light, sometimes without hope. And still, the line held. Chuikov, battered and sleepless, moved among his men. He asked for the impossible, and they delivered. Not because they loved him, not because they believed in him, but because they believed in Stalingrad. Because they knew there was nowhere left to go. Order number 227 had drawn a line through the city, and on that line, the Soviet people stood. In the German high command, frustration mounted. The city was supposed to be taken quickly. The Red Army was supposed to be done. But the closer the Wehrmacht got to the river, the fiercer the resistance became. Buildings they took by day were lost again by night. Snipers picked off officers. Artillery strikes destroyed entire regiments. And always, the Volga, that wide, unforgiving river, kept sending more defenders. This was no longer a campaign. It was a siege, not just of a city, but of will itself. Behind the front lines, Zhukov was preparing something bigger. He was studying the flanks of the German advance. He watched as Hitler threw more and more forces into Stalingrad. He counted divisions, measured fuel supplies, tracked supply routes. And then, silently, deliberately, he started to move his pieces. Reserves were gathered on the steppes. Tanks were assembled in secret. Thousands of men began to train for something vast, something unseen. But that story, the counterattack, would come later. For now, in Stalingrad, the war was at its hottest. It was here, in the crumbled ruins of a city that once made steel and grain, that the fate of the Soviet Union was being decided. And it was here, under smoke-filled skies and frozen rubble, that a nation made its stand. Not a step back. Not now. Not ever. In the final days of August 1942, as summer clung to the dust-covered plains of southern Russia, the German Sixth Army arrived at the gates of Stalingrad. The final push had been swift and savage. Soviet defenses to the west of the city had been shattered. The Don River had been crossed. The last villages had been taken. And now, on the edge of the Volga, one of the largest and most powerful field armies the Third Reich had ever deployed was ready to strike. Its commander was Colonel General Friedrich Paulus, a meticulous, quiet officer with a sharp mind but limited direct battlefield experience. Paulus was not a man known for dramatic flair or bold risks. He was a staff general, trained in logistics and strategic planning. His appointment had been unexpected, even debated. But Hitler trusted his loyalty, and in the Führer's mind, loyalty was more important than instinct. Paulus now led over 250,000 troops, a combined force of infantry divisions, panzer corps, and artillery brigades. Behind them followed supply trucks, medical units, engineers, and support staff. The Sixth Army had battled its way across Ukraine with brutal efficiency. Its men were hardened by months of continuous combat. Its officers were convinced the Soviets were broken, and before them lay their next objective, Stalingrad. But as the tanks moved closer, a question arose. How do you take a city of this size, of this symbolic weight, of this ferocity? You don't begin with soldiers. You begin with fire. On the morning of August 23rd, the sky above Stalingrad grew dark with wings. Wave after wave of German bombers, led by the infamous Luftwaffe, filled the horizon. Stukas, Heinkels, and Junkers roared through the air, their engines drowning out the sounds of the city below. Then they attacked. The first bombs landed on the industrial districts, the Red October steel factory, the tractor plant, the oil depots. Explosions ripped through pipelines and fuel tanks. Fireballs shot skyward, their smoke coiling into black clouds that smothered the streets. Then the bombers targeted the residential areas. Schools, hospitals, and apartment buildings were hit without distinction. Fire spread like a living entity, consuming timber, fuel, and flesh. Entire neighborhoods were gone in minutes. By nightfall, Stalingrad was burning. In less than 24 hours, an estimated 40,000 civilians had died, crushed under rubble, incinerated in their homes, or suffocated in underground shelters that caved in or caught fire. The Volga itself was covered in ash and oil. Bodies floated on its surface. Survivors staggered through the smoke, dazed, weeping, burned beyond recognition. Others dug desperately through the debris, looking for children, for neighbors, for anything that still had life. But the bombing had done more than just level the city. It had changed it. In Berlin, the Luftwaffe declared victory. The Air Ministry announced that Stalingrad had been erased from the map. But in reality, the Germans had created a nightmare for themselves. Because the rubble, the twisted steel, the shattered bricks, the collapsed roofs gave the defenders cover. The bombers had not broken the Soviet spirit. They had buried it deeper, forced it underground, and turned every ruin into a potential fortress. Every building reduced to rubble was now a sniper's nest. Every crater was a foxhole. Every wrecked tram or overturned truck was a barricade. The city had stopped being a city and had become a labyrinth designed for war. On the ground, Paulus started to prepare for the assault. He believed that with the city in ruins and the Red Army already weakened, Stalingrad would be taken in days. His tanks, artillery, and ground troops moved forward, intending to strike quickly and split the city in two. The goal was to reach the Volga and cut off the city's defenders from any reinforcements across the river. The initial push was powerful. German panzers smashed through the outskirts. Infantry units captured key hills and railway lines. Artillery shelled the remaining standing buildings. But with every block they took, the price grew higher. The Soviets did not run. They did not collapse. They fought from the shadows, from the rubble, from under the streets themselves. Chuikov's 62nd Army had not been wiped out by the bombing. It had been scattered, broken up, and forced to adapt. And adapt it did. Soviet soldiers came out of basements and tunnels, ambushing German patrols at close range. Grenades were dropped from second-story windows. Entire units disappeared into the wreckage, only to attack again from unexpected places. Machine guns chattered from cellars. Snipers crept through debris. Mortars were launched from the courtyards of destroyed homes. Paulus, as meticulous as ever, changed his plans. He ordered a house-to-house advance. The tanks were held back. Flamethrower teams and engineers were sent forward. Each building was now a target. Each wall was a potential ambush. The fighting became intimate, suffocating. Less like war and more like a slow-motion slaughter. The German soldiers gave it a name, Rattenkrieg, the War of the Rats. And in this war, there were no fronts, no clear lines, only pockets of resistance, bursts of gunfire, and the constant smell of death. As the Sixth Army pushed deeper into the city, progress slowed. One city block took hours. A single factory could take days. The enemy wasn't in front, they were above, below, behind. The Soviets fought with a desperation born not of orders, but of survival. They had no fallback. Behind them was the Volga, and beyond that, nothing but steppe and retreat. And so they held on. Meanwhile, the Luftwaffe kept up its bombing campaign, though its effectiveness was diminished. The city was already destroyed. More bombardments only stirred up dust and ruin. German planes now focused on the river itself, attacking the ferries and barges that brought reinforcements and supplies across the Volga. Dozens were sunk, but still, under the cover of night and fog, the flow did not stop. Each day, Paulus asked for more artillery, more infantry, more air support. Each day, the city ate them. Officers were killed clearing staircases. Entire battalions were lost in factories. Platoons fought for a single room and then lost it hours later. And still, the reports sent back to Berlin were positive. Stalingrad was almost taken, they claimed. Victory was near. But the truth, hidden in the rubble, was a different story. The Sixth Army, for all its strength and training, was bleeding. Its supply lines were stretched thin. Its troops were exhausted. The heat of summer had given way to the chill of autumn. And still, the Soviets came across the river, through the smoke, from the very ruins the Germans thought they had conquered. By the end of September, the German advance had stalled just shy of the Volga. They had captured the city's heart, but not its soul. The Red October factory, the Barricade arms plant, and the tractor works still stood, still defended. The riverbanks were still under Soviet control. The city, though on fire, still breathed. Paulus, always the loyal soldier, followed his orders. He believed that one final push would break the enemy. But with every step, the resistance grew stronger. Reinforcements arrived. Soviet counterattacks hit his flanks. The Luftwaffe started to take losses it couldn't afford to replace. And through it all, the ruins of Stalingrad offered no shelter, only more death. It was a war of inches. And in that war, time was not on Germany's side. Because in the distance, beyond the range of artillery and the reach of bombers, the Soviet High Command, led by Zhukov, was preparing something vast, something hidden, a storm gathering on the steppe. But for now, in the rubble, in the fire, in the shattered bones of a city once proud and whole, the Sixth Army pushed on. They had come to take Stalingrad, and instead, they had become a part of it. In the final days of August 1942, the first German boots crossed into Stalingrad. The infantry, battle, hardened and sure of themselves, stepped over the threshold of a city that was already half dead. Smoke still billowed from the ruins, rising in thick columns across the broken skyline. Fires flickered where water could no longer reach. And under the black haze, a silence clung to the rubble, not the silence of peace, but the stillness before something monstrous awakens. They had reached their target, the city whose name carried the weight of two empires. The order was direct: seize Stalingrad, reach the Volga, and eliminate all resistance. Paulus's Sixth Army began its advance in force. Divisions moved in coordinated waves, backed by artillery, pioneers, and close air support from the Luftwaffe. The German machine, so disciplined and effective in open country, now squeezed itself into the narrow arteries of a dying city. Wide formations became columns. Tanks slowed to a crawl in the alleys. Officers with binoculars saw only smoke and shattered walls. Maps were useless. The city had become unrecognizable. And then the fighting started, not in grand sweeps or broad offensives, but in sudden, savage explosions. A sniper shot from a darkened window. A grenade tossed from a stairwell. Machine gun fire ripping through a factory doorway. This was not a front line, it was every corner, every rooftop, every floor. The enemy was nowhere and everywhere at once. The Soviet defenders had disappeared into the wreckage, absorbed by the ruins like phantoms. German soldiers called it Rattenkrieg, the War of the Rats. And in Stalingrad, the rats ruled the maze. Street fighting, in its purest form, is a breakdown of all conventional warfare. It isn't about the ground you take, but the ground you survive. There is no distance, no safety, only closeness and violence. A building wasn't captured unless every floor, every room, every closet had been cleared. Even then, it could be lost again by morning. Progress was measured not in miles but in meters, and even those were bought with blood. The Germans pushed along three main axes, through the northern industrial sector, the city center, and the southern residential districts. Each zone was its own kind of hell. In the north, the factories stood like iron giants, blackened by fire, scarred by shells, filled with steel wreckage and molten dangers. The Red October factory, the tractor plant, the barricade works, once symbols of Soviet industry, were now fortresses. In the center, the railway station changed hands a dozen times in a single week. Soviet troops barricaded themselves inside wrecked train cars, using shattered rails as cover. German troops attacked from the roofs of nearby buildings, dropping through holes blasted in ceilings. In one account, the 13th Guards Rifle Division, fresh across the Volga and thrown into the fire within hours, lost nearly all its officers on the first day. But they held the station, then lost it, then took it back. In the south, narrow streets and alleys led German units into ambushes. Basements were turned into bunkers. Attics became sniper nests. Entire buildings were rigged to detonate. A unit might clear a house only to be buried when the walls were brought down by a hidden mine. The streets were filled with corpses and shell casings. The air was thick with the smell of cordite and decay. For the soldiers on both sides, there was no rotation, no rest. There was only the city, and the city consumed them. Combat became intimate, hand to hand, often face to face. Bayonets, entrenching tools, bricks, whatever could be used as a weapon was used. Flamethrowers turned staircases into torches. Grenades were thrown down air vents. Bullets ricocheted off concrete walls. Screams echoed in empty rooms, drowned out by the constant thud of artillery. The sound of battle was unceasing, deafening, and maddening. Night brought no respite. Darkness only amplified the terror. German units shot flares to light up the streets, hoping to catch any movement. Soviet scouts moved like shadows, slipping between buildings, cutting phone lines, sabotaging supplies. Sometimes, an entire platoon would vanish during the night, swallowed by the ruins, never to be found. Communication failed. Units lost contact with each other. Some German companies, thinking they were alone, fortified their positions and refused to move. Others pressed forward blindly, only to be ambushed from both sides. Orders became guesses. Survival relied not on rank, but on instinct. Morale began to crumble. The Sixth Army, which had stormed across the steppes with unstoppable momentum, now found itself bogged down, bleeding for ground, choking on dust, trapped in a battle no doctrine had prepared them for. The Luftwaffe, which had once ruled the skies, now found its targets hard to see. Smoke and dust hid the sight lines. Close air support risked hitting their own troops. Bombs fell blindly, sometimes on German positions. Paulus, ever the planner, saw the situation slipping from his control. He issued detailed orders, only for them to be made useless by the chaos of urban combat. Commanders on the ground changed tactics on the fly. Junior officers led squads into ruins without maps, guided only by their instincts and the sound of gunfire. The Soviets, meanwhile, adapted with lethal creativity. Under Chuikov's command, the 62nd Army mastered the art of defense through deception. They let the Germans enter buildings, then collapse them. They dug tunnel networks under the ruins. They turned sewers into highways. Snipers like the now legendary Vasily Zaitsev hunted with patience and precision, targeting officers, radio operators, machine gunners, anyone who could change the balance of a skirmish. And through it all, the Volga remained their lifeline. Supply barges and reinforcements crossed under fire every night. Some never made it. Others arrived barely in one piece, carrying the wounded, the terrified, and the determined. The 62nd Army was never fully supplied, but it was never left to die. It endured, barely, like the city itself. Civilians, those who hadn't fled or been killed in the first attacks, lived in the ruins. Children looked for water. Mothers clutched photographs in crumbling stairwells. Some joined the fight as medics, as lookouts, as riflemen. Stalingrad was no longer a city of civilians and soldiers. It was a single, desperate organism resisting. Winter was coming. The leaves were gone. The dust turned to mud. The air grew colder. And still, the battle raged. The German High Command, watching from a distance, became impatient. They demanded results. But Paulus could offer no victories, only reports of casualties, of street names taken and lost, of a war that had become a wound that would not close. And still the orders came: advance, clear the ruins, reach the river. But the river was farther than they realized, and the city, which had seemed broken in August, now fought back with teeth and fire. It offered no peace, no surrender, no end. In the heart of Stalingrad, in the ruins of homes and factories, the war became personal. Men killed not for glory, but for survival, for a room, for a doorway, for a few hours of rest behind a shattered wall. It was war at its most human and its most inhuman. Rattenkrieg. It was a war of shadows and screams, of rats and ruin. And once you entered the inferno, there was no way back. As autumn's chill settled into the city's broken veins, Stalingrad transformed into a battlefield unlike anything the modern world had witnessed. The rules of war were gone. The lines distinguishing soldier from civilian, front from rear, attacker from defender, had all dissolved into smoke and dust. What was left was a city half living and entirely furious. And in this chaos, the Soviets found a terrible personal strength. They had no other option. Outgunned, outnumbered, and outmaneuvered, the 62nd Army could not hope to defeat the Germans by standard means. So, they didn't even try. Instead, they redefined the very essence of resistance. They converted desperation into doctrine and rubble into a weapon. It wasn't about shooting faster or moving quicker. Survival now belonged to those who could disappear, attack, and vanish again. This wasn't just defense, it was predation. Soviet tactics in the ruins of Stalingrad were founded on proximity. The closer they were to the enemy, the safer they were. Chikov understood this on a deep level. He commanded his troops to hug the Germans, to stay so close that artillery and air support risked hitting their own men. German tanks couldn't fire without endangering their own troops. Stukas circled overhead, unable to release their payloads. The skies were now irrelevant. The kill zone had shrunk to corridors, stairwells, and shadows. A single building could hold a dozen Soviet soldiers, or none, or 100. It might be empty in the morning and filled with snipers by evening. A basement could be rigged with explosives. A doorway could hide a machine gun nest. Every step for the Wehrmacht was a question. Every corner was a trap. Every wall was a lie. And then there were the snipers. In the quiet between mortar rounds and rifle fire, death came from stillness, from patience, from eyes that did not blink. The sniper became the deadliest soldier in Stalingrad, not for the number of bullets he fired, but for the terror his presence inspired. A single shot could stop an entire platoon. A single kill could shatter morale. And at the heart of this shadow war was a man named Vasily Zaitsev. Born to a peasant family in the Urals, Zaitsev was a shepherd before he was a soldier. He had learned to hunt wolves in the mountains with a bolt-action rifle. By the time he got to Stalingrad in September 1942, he brought that same calm precision to the ruins. What he lacked in rank, he made up for in silence, patience, and a deadly aim. Zaitsev made his shots count. He didn't just target soldiers, he hunted officers, machine gunners, radio operators, engineers. He would wait for hours without moving, breathing through a scarf to keep his breath from fogging in the cold. Sometimes he would crawl through debris for a whole day just to take a single shot. Other times he would lie motionless in a shell crater, pretending to be dead until the enemy showed themselves. And when they did, he fired. Then he disappeared. His presence quickly became legendary. Zaitsev was credited with over 200 confirmed kills in the city. His techniques were studied, copied, and improved. Under his tutelage, the Soviets began to train new snipers, forming elite teams designed not just to kill, but to terrify. Because fear was a weapon. German soldiers began to fear the quiet moments between battles, the moments when nothing moved, and then one of them would fall. The ruins became a maze of death with no sound, no warning, no pattern. They called it invisible fire. They knew it could come from anywhere, and that knowledge did nothing to stop it. But the snipers were only one aspect of the Soviet defense. Sabotage was another. Behind the German lines, Soviet sappers worked tirelessly, often under the cover of night. They planted mines in piles of rubble, booby-trapped doorways, and wired staircases to collapse. They knew the city better than the invaders did. They used that knowledge to turn entire buildings into kill zones. The Germans might capture a floor, only to have the ceiling above them rigged with explosives. One wrong step, and a whole squad would vanish into dust and fire. Ambushes became standard practice. Soviet soldiers would wait in silence, sometimes buried under debris for hours. They would attack in pairs or trios, never large enough to attract attention, but always enough to kill. Then they would melt away, back into the labyrinth. No uniforms, no clear positions, just flashes of movement and sudden decisive violence. Even the civilians were part of the war, not by choice, but by necessity. The lines between soldier and civilian had faded. Many who were still in Stalingrad had nowhere else to go. Old men and women helped dig trenches. Teenagers carried messages between units. Mothers boiled water in basements that served as both hospitals and firing positions. Entire families lived in collapsed buildings, only coming out to scavenge or help. Some fought. They picked up rifles from the dead. They stood next to soldiers and pulled the triggers. They weren't always accurate, but sometimes accuracy wasn't the point. Only the will to resist was. The 62nd Army was never whole. It was rarely well supplied. It was broken and patched up 100 times. But its spirit, that grim, unyielding refusal to die, became a weapon more powerful than any tank. And still, the battle continued. The Germans brought more firepower, more troops, more fury. And still, the Soviets made them bleed for every street. The defenders of Stalingrad learned to fight in every element, not just in rubble but in silence, in waiting, in knowing that death was coming and choosing to stand anyway. Zaitsev's legend grew, not just for his kills, but for what he represented, a man from nothing. A soldier with no rank, no glory, no medals, only a rifle, a coat, and an eye that never missed. He trained dozens of others. And through him, the Soviets created an army of ghosts, silent, lethal, unrelenting. The Germans, increasingly desperate, fought back with their own counter-sniper tactics. They brought in experts, trained marksmen, even special units tasked with hunting Soviet sharpshooters. And yet, Zaitsev endured. The duel between him and the elite German sniper, possibly Major Koenig, became the stuff of legends, a battle of minds and nerves fought over days in a single ruin. Zaitsev won. And with that victory, he secured his place in history. But the true victory was not his alone. It belonged to the nameless, the sniper who never missed but whose name was never written down, the girl who carried water under fire and never returned, the engineer who wired a factory floor to collapse, knowing he would be buried with it, the civilian who gave a soldier her last piece of bread and then picked up his rifle when he fell. These were the true architects of the defense, not through rank or command or technology, but through defiance, through silence, through the stubborn, simple belief that the city must not fall. By November, the German advance had slowed to a crawl. They had taken most of the city, but not all of it. Not the river, not the factories, not the will of its people. Because the defenders, these snipers, saboteurs, ghosts in the ruins, had made every step a graveyard. And in that graveyard, the seeds of German defeat had already been sown. Beneath the ash and fire, beneath the roar of artillery, beneath the thunder of collapsing buildings, beneath the boots of soldiers and the scream of Stukas overhead, life went on, broken, scarred, and bent by forces far beyond its control, but life nonetheless. Inside the ruins of Stalingrad, amid a war that seemed to devour everything in its path, civilians endured. Not because they had a plan, not because they had hope, but because in the end, there was nowhere else to go. Before the battle, Stalingrad had been a bustling industrial city, home to over 400,000 people. Families filled the apartments, workers poured into the factories, and children played in the streets, unaware that their city would soon become the most brutal battlefield in human history. When the Germans launched their aerial bombardment in late August, the city transformed overnight. Buildings crumbled, firestorms swept entire districts, and the people who remained found themselves trapped in a nightmare with no way out. Many had tried to flee, but evacuation efforts were incomplete, chaotic, and often too late. The ferries and trains meant to carry the vulnerable were targeted by German bombers. Mothers were forced to choose between running and staying with their wounded. Others were caught in the firebombing itself, incinerated as they waited at the docks or buried beneath rubble before they could even pack. And so, tens of thousands were left behind. They huddled in basements, in metro tunnels, in cellars that buckled under the weight of collapsing buildings. Some dug makeshift shelters into the banks of the Volga. Others found refuge in the skeletons of factories or beneath the debris of their former homes. Entire families lived underground, sometimes for weeks without seeing the sun. Rats and lice became their companions. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, rot, and fear. And still, they endured. The everyday brought new terrors. The sky never cleared. The sound of artillery was incessant. Sleep came in short, shattered bursts, broken by the next explosion or the scream of someone nearby. Water was scarce. Food was scarcer. Bread rations, when they could be delivered, were reduced to mere crumbs, often mixed with sawdust to make them last. Children starved slowly in corners. Mothers gave up their portions. The old and the weak were the first to fade. And yet, people clung to whatever routine they could salvage. Old women boiled bark to make soup. Fathers scavenged for metal to trade for scraps. Teachers held whispered lessons in the ruins, trying to remind the young that the world had once made sense. Priests prayed in silence, their churches now rubble. Lovers held each other between shellings, daring to dream of a world beyond the fire. The civilians became part of the battle, whether they wanted to or not. Women joined the ranks of medics, stretcher bearers, and even frontline fighters. They carried the wounded through sniper fire. They hauled ammunition through the smoke. They mended uniforms, boiled bandages, and whispered to the dying. Some picked up rifles dropped by soldiers and took their places. Others passed messages, relayed troop movements, and risked everything to keep the city breathing. Children, too, became messengers, small enough to slip through the ruins, quiet enough to avoid patrols. Some as young as 10 were used to deliver supplies, run letters, or scout enemy positions. Others simply helped carry water or held the hands of their siblings while their parents fought or worked. Childhood vanished in the dust. Toys were replaced by shrapnel. Lullabies were replaced by distant gunfire. Each day inside Stalingrad was a test of the human spirit, a test that offered no guarantee of survival. Winter arrived like a blade. Temperatures plummeted. Snow mixed with ash. Those who had once feared bombs now feared frostbite. Firewood was a luxury. Coats were patched with rags. People burned furniture, books, anything that could keep the cold at bay. Frost claimed fingers, toes, lives. Disease crept in next. Typhus spread in the cramped shelters. Wounds festered without medicine. Bodies frozen in alleys or buried under collapsed walls began to stink even in the cold. The Volga, choked with ice and corpses, became a cruel reflection of the city's suffering. And yet, something deeper stirred in the rubble, something defiant. Stalingrad's people refused to die quietly. Even as starvation tightened its grip, even as the bombs kept falling, the civilians held the line in their own way. They refused to flee, even when escape was still an option. They refused to surrender, even when surrender might have meant survival. Their resistance was not always with guns. Often, it was just in the act of staying alive. A woman brewing tea over a fire made from broken floorboards. A boy scribbling on a scrap of paper, pretending to do his schoolwork. An old man sitting upright in the snow, wrapped in rags, refusing to lie down. These were acts of rebellion. These were victories, however small. Soviet propaganda capitalized on this spirit and amplified it. Posters showed women with rifles, children with clenched fists. Stalingrad will not fall, they declared. Radio broadcasts described the courage of factory workers still making weapons under shell fire. Stories of heroism, whether real or exaggerated, became lifelines for those still holding on. But for most, survival had nothing to do with politics or slogans. It was a quiet, bitter fight against hunger, against fear, against the cruelty of war. Not all survived. The official number of civilian dead in Stalingrad is still uncertain, but estimates range from 40,000 to over 100,000. Some died in the initial bombings. Others were caught in the crossfire. Many froze, starved, or simply gave up. The lucky ones were buried. The rest became part of the city itself, bones under rubble, ash under snow. Yet even in death, they became something more. They became a memory, a part of the resistance, a part of the reason the city stood. The soldiers who passed through Stalingrad often spoke less of strategy and more of the people, of the woman who offered them soup with hands trembling from hunger, of the child who saluted them with a stick shaped like a rifle, of the families who kept a candle burning in the dark, not for warmth, but to prove they were still there. These moments, fleeting and fragile, reminded the soldiers what they were fighting for, not for a city, not for a name, but for the soul of a people too proud to kneel. As the battle continued, civilians faded into the background of reports and communiques. Generals made plans. Tanks moved. Maps shifted. But underneath it all, the people remained, unseen, unheard, unbroken. They were not the face of the war, but they were its heart. And when the city was finally saved, when the tide shifted and the enemy began to fall back, it was not just the Red Army that had held the line. It was the women boiling roots in the silence, the children slipping through the cracks with bread and bullets, the old, the sick, the invisible, refusing to be erased. The civilians of Stalingrad did not receive medals. They were not honored with parades or statues, but they endured something unimaginable, and in doing so became part of something eternal, a reminder that even in the darkest infernos of war, humanity does not vanish. It holds on, quietly, fiercely, until the fire passes. As September deepened, and the leaves of southern Russia began to curl into brittle yellow husks, the German Sixth Army pressed further into the ruins of Stalingrad. Colonel General Friedrich Paulus, tall, reserved, and methodical, led the advance with a sense of grim purpose. His orders were clear: seize the city, reach the Volga, and break the Soviet defense before winter tightened its inevitable grip. And yet, what seemed so straightforward on a map was, in the living hell of the city, a slow and agonizing crawl through death. Paulus was not a man of emotion. He did not rant or throw tantrums like other generals. He studied, calculated, planned. He had risen through the ranks not by instinct, but by discipline. But in Stalingrad, discipline was not enough. Every move forward cost blood. Every block taken came with a delay. And with every passing day, the city refused to die. The Sixth Army still possessed strength on paper. Its divisions were numerous, its artillery devastating, and it maintained tenuous air support from the increasingly strained Luftwaffe. But the fight had changed. What had been envisioned as a swift offensive had morphed into something darker, messier, and far more stubborn. The city consumed resources like a furnace, devouring men, bullets, and time. And time was running out. Paulus had pushed deep into the heart of Stalingrad. By mid-September, his forces had split the city in several directions, driving toward key positions along the Volga. Some units reached the riverbank, placing parts of the Soviet 62nd Army in a deadly stranglehold. From across the river, Soviet reinforcements trickled in, under artillery fire and bombing raids. The Germans bombarded the crossings, turning the Volga into a killing field of shattered barges and burning ferries. But the Soviets kept coming. Every inch Paulus gained was met with ferocious counterattacks. The factories in the city's North Red October, the tractor plant, the Barricadi arms works, became strongholds of resistance. His troops stormed them repeatedly, often under the cover of artillery, only to be pushed back again and again by dug-in defenders who refused to retreat. Positions changed hands by the hour. Trenches were carved through factory floors. Flamethrowers cleared rooms that were later repopulated by Soviets crawling back through drain pipes and sewers. The logistics of war began to strain. Supply lines, once well-oiled, grew fragile as the front narrowed into alleys and stairwells. Trucks couldn't pass through the debris. Ammunition had to be carried on foot. Food was rationed. Water was scarce. Fuel, more precious than gold, was burned quickly and with little gain. Wounded men lay on cots in ruined buildings, their bandages freezing in the cold, their cries muffled by falling bombs. The weather, too, turned hostile. The summer heat had long faded. Cold winds crept in from the steppes, and the first snows loomed on the horizon. The mud returned, thick and clinging, slowing every movement, jamming equipment, swallowing boots. Winter in Russia had humbled armies before, and it was coming again. Silent and merciless. Inside his command post, Paulus issued order after order, shifting units, requesting reinforcements, pressing for more artillery. His maps, updated daily, showed tiny movements, advances measured in meters, not kilometers. The offensive ground forward, but so slowly, so painfully, that it no longer felt like conquest. It felt like erosion. His army was wearing down. Above him, in Berlin, Adolf Hitler watched the reports with growing frustration and obsession. For Hitler, Stalingrad had become more than a military objective. It was now personal. It bore the name of his rival, Stalin, and that alone made its capture a matter of pride, of vengeance, of symbolic domination. To fail would be to concede psychological ground. To succeed would prove once and for all that German will was unbreakable. Hitler, however, did not understand the city. He saw it as a point on a map, a name on a list. He did not hear the endless gunfire. He did not smell the rot, the smoke, the burnt steel. He did not feel the wind that cut through the uniforms of freezing soldiers, or see the hollow eyes of those who had fought for weeks without rest. He saw only glory and demanded it. Paulus, loyal to the Führer, obeyed. Even as the situation worsened, even as the generals around him grew uneasy, he pressed on. He could not afford doubt. He had not been chosen for brilliance or boldness, but for obedience. And so, he followed orders. He pushed his men forward into the factories, the houses, the skeletons of the city, and the city pushed back. Morale among the troops began to wither. New replacements rushed to the front, arrived wide-eyed and underprepared. Many died within days. Veterans muttered of a city that could not be killed. They spoke of ghosts in the ruins, of enemy soldiers who vanished into the walls, of voices echoing from tunnels that led nowhere. They fought like trapped animals, not for ideology, but for survival. Officers reported growing fatigue. Men collapsed from exhaustion. Some wandered into the open, numb, disoriented, only to be shot down. Discipline held, but only just. The Sixth Army was still fighting, still dangerous, but the edge was dulling. And yet, Paulus pressed on. Because behind him was Hitler, and behind Hitler was the weight of a war that demanded victories, not caution, not withdrawal, not a pause. Berlin sent more orders, more promises, more pressure. The city must be taken at any cost. Even as other fronts required attention, even as the flanks of the Sixth Army began to stretch dangerously thin, the focus remained fixed on Stalingrad. The obsession was total. The city had become the center of gravity, and the Sixth Army was its tether, bound to it, dragged deeper with every passing hour. Inside Stalingrad, the Soviet defenders could sense the desperation. They knew the enemy was growing tired. They saw the patterns in German tactics, the thinning of their ranks, the reliance on brute force where once there had been precision. They responded with defiance, not just through firepower, but through endurance. A factory held for one more day was a victory. A ferry that crossed the Volga under fire was a triumph. Every German advance slowed was a blow against the myth of invincibility, and the myth was beginning to crack. Paulus, meanwhile, began to sense the danger. His reports grew more cautious. He asked for support from neighboring armies. He warned of overextension. He saw the signs, but he could not change course. The offensive had too much momentum. Hitler's demands had become iron. And around him, the generals, the officers, the planners, they too were bound by the machinery of obedience. No one dared say what needed to be said, that the city might not fall, that the cost had already grown too great, that this was not a battle of strategy but of madness. And yet the crawl continued. In the final days of October, the Sixth Army came closer than ever to full control. German troops stood on the banks of the Volga in several places. Artillery shells landed across the river. Whole districts lay under their watch. Paulus could see the end, just out of reach. But the Soviets refused to let go. Reinforcements still crossed the river at night. Fresh battalions, battered but willing, slipped into the ruins and disappeared into the defense. The 62nd Army, though nearly spent, held its ground. Every time the Sixth Army thought it had silenced a sector, it was ambushed again. The battle had become a stalemate, soaked in blood. And behind the front lines, winter was almost here. The sky darkened earlier. The winds howled louder. Snow kissed the ground, then stayed. The men dug deeper into the ruins to keep warm. Rifles jammed. Fingers froze. The Volga began to ice over, and in Berlin, Hitler still demanded victory. For Paulus, there was no going back, only forward, only deeper, only the river ahead, glistening beneath the ash-gray sky, waiting like a mirror that refused to break. But mirrors, once cracked, do not shatter cleanly, and the cracks were already spreading. The Volga flowed like a dark wound through the heart of the ruined city, its waters slick with oil, ash, and blood. It had once been a lifeline of trade and transport, but now it was something far crueler, a gauntlet. To cross it was to wager one's life. Every boat that drifted across its frozen surface carried men into the jaws of death, and every man who stepped onto its banks knew he might not return. Yet still they came, night after night, under the cover of smoke and freezing fog. The Soviet reinforcements crossed. Battered ferries, rafts lashed together with wire and desperation, even makeshift sleds, anything that could float or slide. They slipped silently from the eastern bank and glided toward the inferno. German spotlights raked the river like scythes. Machine guns barked from the high ground. Mortars whistled overhead. The Volga itself seemed to whisper warnings through the ice. And still, they came. These were not elite units. Many were raw recruits, young men pulled from distant republics, conscripted in haste, handed a rifle and a blessing. Others were veterans pulled from distant fronts, red-eyed and silent, already acquainted with death. They carried crates of ammunition on their backs, mortar rounds in their arms, and fear in their lungs. Some died before they reached the far bank. Others drowned, dragged under by the river's icy grip. But enough survived. Enough made it through. And each one was a breath the 62nd Army could not afford to lose. Inside the city, General Vasily welcomed them not with words but with orders. There was no time for speeches, no room for ceremony. New arrivals were rushed straight into the ruins, into the factories and cellars and shattered courtyards where Soviet lines hung on by inches. There was no front line anymore, only points of resistance, flickering like candles in a hurricane. The newcomers fought side by side with men they'd never met. Sometimes they inherited their rifles from the dead. Sometimes they fought with knives, bricks, or bare hands. The German onslaught continued. They pushed into the tractor factory, turned the Red October complex into a slaughterhouse, shelled apartment blocks until they were nothing but bones. Each day brought more shells, more screams, more smoke. And yet, the Soviets did not break. They bent, they bled, but they did not break. Behind the front, on the steppes beyond the river, another kind of movement had begun. Slower, quieter, but no less powerful. Marshal Georgy Zhukov, the man who had faced the Germans at Leningrad, who had crushed the Japanese at Khalkhin Gol, now prepared something far greater. He understood that Stalingrad was not just a fight for ground. It was a trap, and the Germans were walking deeper into it with each step. Zhukov's eyes were not on the ruins, but on the flanks. While Paulus poured more men into the urban meat grinder, Zhukov planned an encirclement. He studied maps, troop movements, supply lines. He knew the 6th Army had extended itself dangerously. Its flanks were held not by elite German units, but by Hungarian, Romanian, and Italian forces brave, but under-equipped, stretched thin across a vast icy plain. To these flanks, Zhukov moved his pieces. Far from the German gaze in the snowy fields of the steppe, massive Soviet formations began to gather. Tanks, artillery, infantry, all hidden in forests and valleys, moved under the cover of darkness. Supplies were stockpiled in silence. Rail lines were flooded with trains. Engineers built bridges under snowstorms. The operation was codenamed Uranus, a name that would soon shake the foundations of the Eastern Front. But for now, in October and early November, it was still a whisper. In the ruins of Stalingrad, that whisper was drowned in fire. The Soviets clung to their positions with raw tenacity. Snipers watched through broken scopes. Machine gunners holed up in closets fired until their barrels melted. Engineers wired entire buildings to explode at the touch of a boot. Medics worked by candlelight in basements filled with moans. Runners dashed between units with blood-soaked messages. Even civilians, too weak to fight, carried ammo or boiled snow for the wounded. The terrain was their ally now. The very ruins the Germans had created became weapons against them. Craters served as trenches. Burned-out tanks became bunkers. Factories became fortresses. Every corridor, every stairwell, every hallway turned into a killing field. The Red Army learned to fight in layers, not just horizontally but vertically, from the sewers to the rooftops. Attacks came from below, from behind, from above. The city had become three-dimensional warfare. Zhukov, ever the pragmatist, issued orders with brutal clarity: hold, counterattack, fall back, counterattack again. The line must not break. His command post was often just meters from the front, buried in rubble, shivering with each artillery strike. He suffered concussions from near misses. He rarely slept, but he remained because his presence gave weight to the resistance. His soldiers saw him bleed. They trusted him to bleed with them. And still, more reinforcements crossed the Volga. Some never saw combat. They were killed before they could fire a shot. Others lasted mere hours. But every life bought time. Every body slowed the German advance. Every fresh pair of boots in the ruins meant the city still breathed. The desperation grew. It was etched into faces, into trembling hands, into the silence between barrages. But it was not despair. It was fury, channeled into purpose. The Red Army, once thrown into chaos by blitzkrieg, was learning, adapting, waiting. And across the steppe, the storm gathered. Zhukov's preparations were nearly complete. He now had hundreds of thousands of troops positioned north and south of the city. Tanks stood engine-ready, camouflaged beneath tree limbs and snow. Artillery crews waited by their guns. Cavalry units stood poised for swift strikes. It was a force that would not just relieve Stalingrad, it would reshape the war. But inside the city, none of that was known. The defenders only knew the sound of gunfire, the taste of blood, the cold. They knew that each hour they held was a miracle, that the river could freeze over any day, that soon resupply might be impossible. But still they fought, because surrender was death, because retreat was forbidden, because behind them was nothing, only the river, and behind the river, the motherland. Zhukov did not speak much of glory. His plans were not poetic, but he understood the gravity of what was coming. He had seen Russia bleed before. He had sworn it would not happen again. And so, under frozen stars, he watched and waited. In Stalingrad, the Germans believed they were on the verge of victory. Their artillery pounded the last pockets of resistance. Paulus continued to report progress. Berlin was told the city would fall soon. Another week, another push. But time was the enemy now. Because every reinforcement that crossed the Volga, every man who held a factory floor or a ruined staircase, brought Zhukov one day closer to his strike. And once it came, it would not stop at Stalingrad. It would roar across the steppe, through the Romanian lines around the Sixth Army like a vice. It would break the illusion of German supremacy. It would open the door to a new phase of the war, one where the Red Army no longer defended but hunted. But for now, Stalingrad still burned. For now, men crossed the Volga under fire, clutching rifles and prayers. For now, the ruins whispered only of death. But far beyond the smoke, beneath snow and silence, the answer was coming. Not in words, not in banners, but in steel, in fire, and in vengeance. November 19, 1942. Dawn broke over the frozen steppe in silence, the kind of silence that exists only in the breathless moment before something irreversible. Frost coated the earth like a burial shroud, and beneath it, thousands of Soviet guns were waiting. Their barrels were aimed not at the city, not at the shattered ruins of Stalingrad, but outward, toward the flanks, toward the gaps in the German line, toward the forgotten edges where the Axis alliance had become thin and overconfident. It was here that the trap would be sprung, and once it shut, it would never open again. For weeks, Marshal Zhukov and General Vasilevsky had orchestrated their counteroffensive in secret. The operation, codenamed Uranus, had been built on patience, misdirection, and the willingness to bleed. While the world watched Stalingrad turn to ash, the Soviets were moving, gathering, hiding divisions under camouflage and snow, training units in the dead of night, and rerouting trains in silence. They knew where the Sixth Army was strong, and more importantly, where it was weak. Those weak points were no secret to anyone paying attention. Holding the extended flanks of the German Sixth Army were Allied troops from Romania, Hungary, and Italy. Brave, but poorly equipped, undertrained, and stretched impossibly thin. They held frozen trenches with outdated rifles, rusted tanks, and little to no air cover. They faced the harsh Russian wind with threadbare coats and wavering resolve. They were soldiers caught in a war they didn't fully believe in, sacrificed to protect the arrogance of a regime that saw them as disposable. Zhukov saw it all clearly. He didn't plan to punch through the center. That would be too costly. Instead, he would hit the edges, break the spine by severing the limbs, collapse the body by cutting off its breath. And when the time came, it came like thunder. At precisely 7:30 in the morning, November 19th, the steppe exploded. 1,000 Soviet guns opened fire at once, a deafening coordinated roar that stretched for miles. The shells rained down on the Romanian Third Army to the north of Stalingrad, smashing trenches, shattering command posts, and tearing men from the frozen earth. Tanks rolled forward through the smoke, T-34 seconds gliding over the snow like wolves. Behind them came waves of infantry, bundled in gray coats, bayonets fixed, their eyes as hard as ice. The Romanians fought. Many fought bravely, but they were overrun. Within hours, their lines were gone. Entire regiments broke and fled or were swallowed by the snow. Soviet spearheads pushed deep, 10 kilometers, then 20. Panic spread like fire in dry grass. Radios crackled with confusion. German officers screamed for clarity, but none came. The left flank of the Sixth Army was being torn wide open, and the storm had just begun. The next day, November 20th, the southern pincer attacked. From south of Stalingrad, across the calm, flat terrain of the Kalmyk steppe, another Soviet force surged forward. It hit the Romanian Fourth Army, which was guarding the southern axis. The pattern was the same. Artillery softened the lines. Tanks broke them. Infantry poured through. Some Axis soldiers held their ground. Others surrendered. Many simply vanished, cut down or frozen where they stood. The line bent backward, buckling under the weight of the Soviet onslaught. By November 21st, the two Red Army prongs were within sight of each other. On November 22nd, near the small village of Kalak, the jaws snapped shut. Soviet troops advancing from the north and south finally met. Their tattered banners fluttered in the freezing wind. There were no cheers, no celebrations, just confirmation. The encirclement was complete. Operation Uranus had succeeded, and the German Sixth Army, over 250,000 men, was now trapped inside the burning shell of Stalingrad. The message was unmistakable to the world, to Berlin, to Hitler. The hunters were now the hunted. Inside the city, the Sixth Army barely noticed at first. Cut off as they were, with communication broken and the front lines in chaos, most units kept fighting street by street, not knowing that the world around them had changed forever. But the truth came quickly, through panic reports, missing supplies, and the silence from the flanks that had once protected them. Paulus got confirmation by the 23rd. The encirclement was real. His army was surrounded. The news hit like a hammer. Trapped in a city that was already half a cemetery, surrounded by enemy forces that were growing stronger, and facing the full force of a Russian winter, Paulus and his staff looked into a reality for which there was no precedent. Their positions were set. Their supplies were limited. The Luftwaffe promised air support, but the numbers were nonsensical. The planes couldn't deliver enough food, enough fuel, enough ammunition, not over the vast hostile steppe. Not in the face of growing Soviet air power and worsening weather. Still, Berlin ordered them to hold. Hitler refused to allow a breakout, refused to consider a retreat, refused to admit defeat. The Sixth Army will fight where it stands, he declared. It would become a fortress, he promised. He promised supplies, reinforcements, relief. But the promises were thin, stretched by lies and desperation. The logistics of salvation were impossible, but obedience remained absolute. Paulus, ever the loyal soldier, obeyed. Inside the pocket, the Kessel, as the Germans began to call it, the reality turned grim. Food rations were cut. Fuel stocks were depleted. Vehicles froze and cracked. Horses were eaten. Medical supplies vanished. The wounded were left to rot. Every attempt to airlift supplies fell short, hundreds of tons below what was needed. Soviet anti-aircraft fire took its toll. Storm after storm kept the aircraft grounded. The sky was no longer theirs. Outside the ring, Zhukov watched and waited. He did not rush. He knew the trap had been sprung. Now the Sixth Army would bleed itself out. Every day it stayed trapped, it grew weaker. Every day it fought to hold a burning ruin, it drained what little life was left. The Soviets strengthened their positions, laid minefields, built fortifications, and tightened the noose. The psychological effect was huge. The Germans inside the pocket had never known a defeat like this. They had been told they were invincible, the masters of blitzkrieg, the heirs of triumph. Now they were starving in basements, looking for firewood, listening to the roar of Soviet artillery day and night. Morale broke. Disease spread. Frostbite took fingers, toes, limbs. And still, Paulus stayed. Still the orders came: hold the city, do not surrender, do not break out, do not retreat. But the trap was not just physical, it was symbolic. Stalingrad had become more than a city, it was the pride of Hitler's regime. To lose it would be to admit a mistake. To surrender would be to shatter the myth of German dominance. And so, pride became poison. Ego became a noose. And every day the army stayed, the rope grew tighter. Operation Uranus was not a miracle. It was not a product of luck. It was the result of hard planning, brutal discipline, and a deep understanding of what the war had become. The Soviets had learned from 2 years of catastrophe. They had studied their enemy, adapted, and in November 1942, they turned the tide. The trap had been set with quiet hands and sprung with thunder. Now, all that was left was to wait for it to crush what it held. And in the snow-covered silence beyond the city, that crushing had already started. The trap was shut. The earth had moved beneath their feet. And now the German Sixth Army, over 250,000 men, found itself enclosed in a shell of snow, fire, and steel. There was no escape, no way forward, no more flanks to retreat to, no friendly reinforcements on the horizon. The only path left was inward, toward the cold, toward starvation, toward the slow dissolution of hope. The encirclement of Stalingrad was not just a military catastrophe. It was a slow-motion collapse of confidence, of purpose, of the very myth that had propelled the German advance for years. Until this point, the Wehrmacht had seemed invincible. It had conquered Europe, toppled governments, and shattered armies. Now, it sat buried under Russian snow, trapped in a dead city that refused to die itself. General Friedrich Paulus had never been a risk-taker. He was a man of order, methodical, loyal, shaped by the doctrines of command and obedience. Now, in the ruins of Stalingrad, he had no choice but to gamble the lives of 250,000 men against the impossible. And he did so not with a plan of his own making, but with orders from Berlin that forbade any retreat, any breakout, any deviation. Hitler's directives were clear: hold the city, not one step back. The Sixth Army was to become a fortress, an unshakable bastion of German will that would tie down the Soviet war machine until help arrived. This concept was pure fantasy, but its consequences were devastatingly real. Winter had come early and with a vengeance. Temperatures plummeted to -30 degrees Celsius. Winds ripped across the steppe with the force of a knife's edge. Inside the Kessel, the name given to the encircled pocket, conditions worsened rapidly. Fuel supplies ran out. Trucks froze solid. Tanks, once symbols of terror, became motionless steel coffins half buried in snowdrifts. Water had to be melted from ice scraped from the ruins. Soldiers burned broken furniture and pages from books for warmth. The food situation became desperate. Daily rations were cut, then cut again. The average soldier was getting less than 300 calories a day, barely enough to survive sitting still, let alone fighting. Flour was mixed with sawdust. Horses were slaughtered first, then dogs, then rats. Bread was more valuable than ammunition. Hunger hollowed out their eyes. Men looked at their comrades and saw not friends, but bodies that might last one more day. Frostbite spread, turning toes, fingers, and cheeks black. Gangrene followed, and there were no more medical supplies. Disease flourished in the trenches. Lice moved from the dead to the living. Typhus whispered its way through entire battalions. The wounded lay on the frozen ground, shivering, begging for morphine that was long gone. Field hospitals were overwhelmed, not by soldiers, but by the dying. Surgeons operated with dull knives. Blood froze in bowls. Orderlies buried bodies in snowbanks because the ground was too hard to dig. And still, Hitler refused to yield. He rejected every request for a retreat, every plan for a breakout. Even as his generals pleaded with him to save what he could, he remained fixated on the symbolism. Stalingrad, he declared, must be held at any price. Its name, its capture, had become too important to let go. If the Sixth Army was lost, so was the illusion of German invincibility. And so he sent promises instead of help. The Luftwaffe, he claimed, would supply the army by air. The numbers never made sense. The airlift needed hundreds of tons of supplies daily just to keep the men alive, not to fight, not to win, but simply to endure. At its best, the Luftwaffe delivered barely a third of what was needed. The skies above the pocket were no longer safe. Soviet fighters hunted the transports. Anti-aircraft fire tore through the bellies of the lumbering junkers. Many never arrived. Others dropped their cargo blindly into the snow, only to be captured or lost. What little did get through was a mockery of what was needed: crates of summer uniforms, champagne, even pianos. Ammunition came sporadically. Food was a luxury. Medical supplies almost never. But still, the flights continued, because to stop them would be to admit failure. Inside the pocket, command started to break down. Officers clung to their routines, issuing orders as if things were normal. Drills were held, reports were filed, maps were drawn. But the truth was creeping in, frostbitten and slow. They were dying, not by the bullet, but by the hour. Some units lost all communication. Others simply vanished, consumed by the snow and silence. Entire platoons froze to death in their foxholes, too weak to move, too proud to surrender. Discipline crumbled. Soldiers looted supplies, fought over scraps, drank antifreeze to feel warm. Some left their posts, wandering into the ruins in a haze of frost and hunger. Others sat still, their rifles on their laps, waiting for orders that would never be given. The sound of artillery was constant. Soviet shells pounded the perimeter, testing the lines, tightening the ring. Paulus, confined to his headquarters in a basement on University Square, grew more and more isolated. He rarely went to the front. Wrapped in layers, his face gaunt and pale, he moved like a man already entombed. His letters grew more desperate. He begged for the freedom to act, begged to save his men. But each request got the same reply: hold fast. The Führer believes in you. It was not belief, it was abandonment. And yet, the Sixth Army did not collapse. Not completely. Even in the depths of their suffering, the soldiers fought. They held their lines. They counterattacked. They dug in. Because surrender was still unthinkable. They were the spearhead of the Reich. They were the pride of Germany. Their families had been told they were winning. To give up would be to betray everything they had been taught to believe. The Soviets, watching from the other side of the line, understood the pattern. They had seen it before, the slow decay of hope, the erosion of will. They did not rush. They shelled the perimeter day and night. They harassed the supply drops. They blocked every escape route. And they waited. They waited as the Kessel grew smaller, as the men inside it grew thinner, as the frost crept deeper into the bones of the Wehrmacht. And always the city loomed at the center, blackened, shattered, burning under the snow. Stalingrad was no longer a battlefield. It was a graveyard of metal and ash. Yet still, it was important. Still, it held the center of gravity for a war that was beginning to shift. Outside the pocket, the German command was reeling. Manstein was ordered to lead a relief effort, a strike from the west to break the ring and save the Sixth Army. But time was against them. The Soviets expected the move. They reinforced the ring. The window for escape was closing with every hour. And Paulus, still obedient, refused to act without orders. He would not break out unless commanded. And that command never came. So the army waited, and starved, and froze. December turned into January. The new year brought no relief. The temperatures dropped even lower. Snow piled high against the broken walls. Every fire was a beacon. Every breath hung heavy in the air. Death became normal, a daily visitor, no longer feared, simply expected. Yet even in this frozen hell, humanity persisted. Soldiers shared their last pieces of bread. Medics worked until they dropped. Officers gave their coats to the wounded. Notes were written home, buried in uniforms, tucked into boots, in the hope that someone someday might find them and remember. The Sixth Army did not surrender in December. It held on, not because it could win, not because it believed in victory, but because it had been ordered to, and because the men who held rifles and froze in the trenches had nothing else left to believe in. And above it all, the city stood, ruined and smoldering, the symbol of a war that had turned on its creators. In Stalingrad, the tide of history had turned, and inside the pocket, among the dying and the silent, the truth was now clear. They had been left to die, not for victory, but for vanity. The skies over Stalingrad were once a symbol of German air power, a stage where the Luftwaffe ruled with ruthless efficiency. But now, in the heart of the winter of 1942, those same skies became a battlefield of desperation and failure. They were the thin, fragile thread that held the fate of the trapped Sixth Army, a lifeline promised by Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring himself, whose confident declarations would soon prove to be catastrophic errors in judgment. Göring, once celebrated as the architect of German aerial strength, had sworn that the Luftwaffe could supply the encircled forces by air. "Our planes will supply the Sixth Army, no matter what," he proclaimed in the months before the encirclement was complete. His voice was full of certainty, of bravado, but beneath his swagger was a profound misunderstanding of the massive scale of the task, the limitations of his technology, and the ferocity of the Soviet defenses. The Sixth Army needed over 700 tons of supplies every day to maintain even minimal combat and survival capabilities. This included food, ammunition, medical supplies, fuel, and winter clothing. The Luftwaffe promised to deliver this through an airlift, with flights over hundreds of kilometers of snow-covered steppe, into a city reduced to rubble, under constant enemy fire and in worsening weather. It was an impossible challenge. The reality was savage. Soviet anti-aircraft units, hidden in forests and ruined villages around the pocket, made the skies lethal. Flak batteries erupted like thunderstorms, tearing through the formations of German transport planes. Fighter patrols prowled relentlessly. The open air became a gauntlet. Hundreds of aircraft were shot down, damaged beyond repair, or forced to abort their missions. The planes that did get through faced conditions no pilot had ever fully prepared for. Blizzards obliterated runways. Fog hid landing strips. Ice built up on wings and propellers. Ground crews worked in freezing temperatures to repair aircraft, refuel, and unload cargo. Every mission was a gamble against the elements, against the enemy, against fate itself. Yet the results were catastrophic. Instead of the 700 tons required, the Luftwaffe delivered, on average, only a third of that, sometimes less. Critical shortages plagued the Sixth Army within weeks. Winter clothing promised in shipments came late or not at all. Fuel supplies vanished, grounding the remaining vehicles and freezing the water supplies. Ammunition ran dangerously low, forcing soldiers to ration their bullets. Food was cut to meager portions, and then to starvation rations. Inside the Kessel, the situation grew desperate. Soldiers and officers alike searched the ruins for any scrap of food. They boiled snow for water. They butchered horses and mules. Rats and stray dogs were hunted and eaten, desperate acts born of necessity. Hunger gnawed deeper than any wound. Men lost weight quickly. Their bodies became gaunt shadows. Their strength disappeared, leaving them with trembling limbs and dull eyes. The cold seeped into their bones, turning their hands into blocks of ice. Frostbite claimed fingers, toes, and even whole limbs. Medical services were completely overwhelmed. The wounded, untreated and frozen, suffered horribly. Gangrene spread without check. Surgeries were done with minimal anesthesia and in unsanitary conditions. Death was constant yet normalized, a cruel companion at every step. Morale plummeted. Letters from the front, smuggled out through the snow and shellfire, speak of despair, of a bitter resentment toward the distant leaders who promised salvation but delivered ruin. Whispered conversations told of hunger-induced madness, of soldiers breaking under the strain, of comrades lost to exhaustion or surrender. Yet, despite this, many held on, clinging to discipline and duty in a storm of suffering. The Luftwaffe, meanwhile, was caught in a downward spiral. The loss of transport planes was severe. Replacement aircraft were scarce. As German industry was struggling to meet demands on multiple fronts, experienced crews were being killed or grounded by frostbite and fatigue. The relentless pace of the sorties, sometimes several flights a day, left no time for rest or repair. Supply depots near the front became targets for Soviet artillery. Every ton that was dropped was a testament to human endurance, but also to the limits of hope. Göring's promises became increasingly empty. Reports from the front detailing the shortages and losses were downplayed or ignored. The Reichsmarschall insisted that the airlift was succeeding, though the stark evidence proved otherwise. His hubris blinded him to the unfolding tragedy. His assurances delayed critical decisions from Hitler and the High Command, decisions that might have allowed for a strategic withdrawal or a breakout attempt before the situation became hopeless. Inside the pocket, starvation and exhaustion drove men to extremes. There are accounts of soldiers consuming the leather from their boots, fuel mixed with water, and even resorting to cannibalism in the darkest hours. These stories, whispered and horrifying, show the depths of human suffering when the machinery of war grinds on without mercy. The line between soldier and survivor had blurred. Yet amidst the decay, moments of humanity survived. Officers shared their dwindling rations with privates. Medics worked beyond their strength. Soldiers comforted each other in the freezing trenches, holding on to memories of home, of spring, of a life beyond the ruins. Some wrote letters they knew would never be delivered. Others found solace in prayer or in the camaraderie of those who were still alive. The failure of the Luftwaffe was not just a military disaster, it was a moral one. It shattered the myth of German invincibility, exposed the hubris of its command, and sealed the fate of thousands. The trapped men became prisoners of circumstance, victims of promises made from a distant world that refused to acknowledge the harsh realities. As the weeks turned into months, the airlift continued its grinding, bitter cycle of hope and loss. Each flight was a small victory, overshadowed by the growing shadow of starvation. The Kessel became a tomb, not by siege alone, but by the collapse of the lifelines that were supposed to save it. And beyond the city, the Soviets pressed their advantage. They tightened their encirclement, bombarded the supply depots, and prepared for the final stages of the battle. They knew the enemy was bleeding, not just from bullets, but from hunger and cold. The Sixth Army was trapped in a death spiral, one that could only end in surrender or annihilation. The skies over Stalingrad, once filled with the roar of German power, now whispered of failure. The Luftwaffe's broken wings had sealed the fate of an army and marked a turning point in the war on the Eastern Front. As the bitter winter of 1942 deepened, hope inside the Stalingrad Kessel began to fade. The men of the Sixth Army were trapped in a frozen coffin, their spirits battered by hunger, cold, and relentless Soviet pressure. Far to the west, the German High Command was preparing one final gamble, an audacious rescue attempt to pierce the encirclement, break the Soviet ring, and deliver salvation to the beleaguered forces. This desperate bid was codenamed Operation Winter Storm. The man chosen to lead this lifeline was Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, one of Germany's most capable commanders. Known for his bold maneuvers and tactical brilliance, von Manstein had been dispatched with the task of carving a path through the icy wastelands that separated the trapped Sixth Army from freedom. His force was formidable: armored divisions, mechanized infantry, and artillery, hastily assembled but determined to succeed against overwhelming odds. Von Manstein's advance began in mid-December 1942. As his troops pushed eastward across the frozen steppe, despite the harsh winter and increasingly fierce Soviet resistance, his armored spearheads thundered forward, clawing back lost ground. The initial progress was encouraging. Villages were retaken, Soviet positions overrun, and supply lines reopened in temporary flashes of hope. Radio reports from the front spoke of a breakthrough that could reach Stalingrad within days. Inside the pocket, the news of the rescue operation ignited a flicker of hope. Soldiers, gaunt and frostbitten, strained their ears for updates. Commanders sent hurried messages, pleading for patience and strength. Paulus, isolated in his command post beneath the shattered city, knew that relief was close. Yet the burden of command weighed heavily. His orders from Berlin were clear: hold fast. The Sixth Army was to remain in position and wait. This mandate was a bitter pill. Despite von Manstein's rapid advances, Hitler refused to authorize a breakout or a repositioning of the encircled forces to meet the rescue from the outside. The trapped soldiers were to cling to their positions, their ruined bastions, while the relief force fought its way forward. This rigid command structure would prove to be both the strength and the undoing of the Sixth Army. As von Manstein's troops neared their goal, Soviet commanders responded with fierce determination. Marshals Zhukov and Rokossovsky orchestrated layered defenses and counterattacks designed to blunt and halt the relief effort. Fresh divisions, artillery batteries, and armored brigades were deployed with ruthless efficiency. Snowstorms concealed troop movements but did not slow the Soviets. The fighting grew savage. The frozen landscape became a labyrinth of mines, trenches, and wreckage. Every village and crossroad turned into a killing ground. German tanks were immobilized by ice and mud. Infantrymen fought with bayonets and grenades, pushing through lines that seemed endless. Losses mounted on both sides, but the Soviet numbers and resolve were overwhelming. Despite being pushed to the brink, von Manstein's forces advanced steadily. By late December, they had closed to within 48 kilometers of Stalingrad. The relief column fought through exhaustion and dwindling supplies, spurred on by the knowledge that failure meant the annihilation of their comrades. It was the last and greatest test of the German army's endurance on the Eastern Front. But then the tide turned. A Soviet counterattack struck with renewed ferocity. Winter storms worsened, immobilizing vehicles and severing supply lines for the relief force. Communication became erratic, and reinforcements were delayed or repelled. Von Manstein's spearhead was halted at the Mishkova River, less than 30 miles from the Kessel. The breakthrough that had seemed within reach slipped away into the snow and silence. Further attempts to resume the offensive were stymied. The Soviets had anticipated the relief effort and had fortified their defenses with a ferocity born of survival. Attrition took its toll. Von Manstein's forces were stretched thin, their morale strained, and the window for rescue was closing dangerously. Inside Stalingrad, Paulus received the grim news: the relief force would not reach them. Yet the orders remained unchanged. He was to hold his ground, to maintain the fortress. The Sixth Army was to continue to fight, to resist, to survive without hope of immediate rescue. This decision sealed their fate. The refusal to authorize a breakout has been debated by historians for decades. Some argue that an attempted escape might have saved thousands, allowing the army to fight another day. Others maintain that the Soviet encirclement was too strong and a breakout would have been a massacre. But what remains clear is that the soldiers inside were condemned to a slow death, trapped between the hammer of Soviet might and the anvil of Hitler's inflexible commands. The months that followed saw the Kessel shrink in desperation. Starvation and cold claimed more lives than combat. Disease spread unchecked. The hope kindled by von Manstein's advance died like a fading ember. Von Manstein, aware of the grim realities, advocated tirelessly for a change in strategy. He petitioned for permission to order a breakout or to coordinate a more flexible defense, but his appeals were met with silence or rejection. The German High Command clung to denial, to pride, to the myth of unyielding strength. As the new year dawned, the relief force remained stalled, the Kessel remained besieged, and the fate of the Sixth Army grew ever darker. The storm had not broken the ring, it had only battered its edges, delaying the inevitable. Operation Winter Storm became a testament to bravery and futility, a desperate bid to rewrite fate halted by iron and ice, by strategy and stubbornness. The soldiers who fought in its advance bore witness to courage against overwhelming odds. The men trapped inside Stalingrad bore witness to endurance in the face of abandonment. And so the battle turned toward its tragic conclusion: a city burned, an army trapped, and a war forever changed. The winter of 1942-43 in Stalingrad was a merciless torment. Beneath the pale gray sky, the city was no longer a battlefield but a vast graveyard, where death stalked every shadow and whispered through every frozen breath. The German Sixth Army, trapped in the Kessel, faced a nightmare beyond bullets and bombs, the slow, unrelenting assault of cold, hunger, and despair. Temperatures plummeted to staggering lows, often dropping below -30°C. The bitter Russian winter was a savage enemy in its own right, one that crept into trenches, bunkers, and ruined buildings with icy fingers. Men, wrapped in tattered uniforms, their bodies weakened by starvation, shivered in the wind. Frostbite claimed fingers and toes, turning flesh black before it fell away. Many soldiers became prisoners of their own frozen bodies, unable to move or fight, their strength sapped by the unyielding cold. But the cold was only the beginning. Disease ran rampant inside the cramped, unsanitary conditions of the encircled city. Typhus and dysentery spread like wildfire through the trenches and barracks. Infected wounds festered without proper treatment. Lice swarmed over soldiers and civilians alike, carrying death in their tiny bodies. Hospitals, overwhelmed and undersupplied, became scenes of misery. Cries of pain echoed through dark basements where the sick lay abandoned. Hunger gnawed relentlessly, hollowing out stomachs and minds alike. Food rations dwindled to starvation levels, forcing men to make impossible choices. Horses and mules, once vital to logistics, were slaughtered for meat. Rats and stray dogs were hunted and eaten, desperate measures born of necessity. Soldiers scavenged for scraps in the ruins, turning over debris and sifting through the snow for anything edible. In the darkest corners of the Kessel, the unthinkable occurred. Cannibalism emerged as a last grim refuge from death. It was not spoken of openly. Whispers and rumors carried the horror through the ranks. Men consumed the flesh of their fallen comrades, driven by a primal instinct to survive when all other options had vanished. This taboo act marked the depths of despair in a city buried beneath snow and silence. Alongside cannibalism came a surge in suicides. The unbearable suffering, the endless hunger, and the crushing hopelessness overwhelmed many. Soldiers and civilians chose to end their lives rather than endure another day in the frozen hell. Bullets were spent on the self, or men walked into the blizzard to vanish into the white nothingness. The emotional toll fractured minds and shattered spirits. Hope, that fragile ember that once flickered in their hearts, burned low. The outside world seemed distant and indifferent. News was scarce. The promise of rescue faded with each frozen dawn. Inside the pocket, men clung to memories of home, of warmth, of a life beyond the ruins. But those memories were ghosts, slipping further away with every passing hour. Soviet forces did not relent. Their siege tightened like a noose. Artillery barrages battered the perimeter. Patrols prowled the outskirts, probing for weaknesses. Fresh troops rotated in, replenished by a steady flow of reinforcements. The Red Army pressed in from all sides, encircling the pocket with an iron resolve. Their strategy was one of attrition, to exhaust, to starve, to wait. The trapped German soldiers became shadows of their former selves, their faces hollow, their eyes glazed with fatigue and despair. Many could barely stand, let alone fight. Discipline became erratic. Some units disintegrated into chaos. Others held on through sheer force of will. But everywhere, the signs of death were undeniable. Corpses littered the streets in ruins, frozen where they fell, some buried beneath the snow, others left exposed to the bitter wind. The civilian population, caught in the crossfire, suffered equally. Women, children, and the elderly endured the same starvation and cold. Many were pressed into makeshift labor, helping with fortifications or caring for the wounded. Their resilience was extraordinary, yet the cost was immense. Entire families vanished into the winter's grip, their fate unknown but presumed tragic. Inside the command bunkers, Paulus and his officers grappled with the unfolding disaster. The crushing reality of their situation was impossible to deny. Pleas for relief went unanswered. Orders from Berlin remained rigid: hold the city at all costs. Paulus faced the impossible choice between obedience and the lives of his men. His authority was challenged as morale plummeted. Rumors of surrender circulated, but for many, pride and fear of reprisal kept them fighting. The psychological strain was immense. Soldiers struggled to maintain their sanity amid the horrors. Nightmares plagued their sleep. Comrades died beside them. Yet the living carried on. The silence between artillery barrages was filled with the sounds of coughing, moaning, and whispered prayers. Hope was a fragile thread, threatened constantly by despair. The Soviet commanders, observing from the outside, understood the power of their grip. They intensified their bombardments, targeting supply points and communication lines. Their strategy was relentless, aiming to break the enemy not just physically, but mentally. Every day the Kessel grew smaller, the defenders weaker. The noose was closing, and the final act of this frozen tragedy was drawing near. Death in the snow was no sudden storm. It was a slow, merciless tide, washing away the last vestiges of life and hope. It consumed men and women alike, turning the city into a mausoleum of frozen souls. Stalingrad's winter was a silent killer, as deadly as any bullet or bomb. Yet, even in this wasteland of suffering, stories of courage and compassion endured. Soldiers shared their last morsels. Medics fought exhaustion to tend to the dying. Strangers comforted each other in the cold. These acts of humanity shone like faint stars in a night of endless darkness. But the reality was clear. The Sixth Army was dying in the snow, slowly, painfully, utterly. And the world was watching. In the frozen depths of January 1943, the battle for Stalingrad was approaching its bitter end. The once mighty German Sixth Army, encircled, starving and shattered, clung to the ruins of a city that had become a symbol of defiance and destruction. The relentless Soviet siege had tightened its grip, and the end was imminent. Yet the men inside the Kessel fought on, not out of any hope for victory, but out of duty, fear, and the stubborn will to survive just one more day. General Friedrich Paulus, commander of the Sixth Army, had endured unimaginable hardship alongside his troops. Days blurred into nights, and nights into an endless cold. Command posts had become tombs. Food, ammunition, and medicine had all but disappeared. Morale was a fragile thread, strained by hunger and despair. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Paulus continued to direct the defense with a grim determination. In late January, Hitler delivered a chilling message that sealed the fate of the trapped forces. In a final act of both defiance and control, he promoted Paulus to field marshal, a rank that carried a silent, grim expectation. No German field marshal had ever surrendered. The message was clear, a command from the highest echelons of the Nazi regime that surrender was forbidden. To yield was to betray not only the army, but the Führer himself. This promotion, however, was less an honor than a cruel death sentence. Paulus found himself trapped between obedience and reality. To keep fighting was to sacrifice countless more lives for a cause that was already lost. To surrender was to defy Hitler's direct orders and face certain disgrace, perhaps even death. The weight of command bore down with a crushing force. His decisions, made under fire and frostbite, would determine the fate of hundreds of thousands. The final days inside Stalingrad were a descent into desperation. The shattered defenders fought from house to house, room to room, their weapons worn and their bodies broken. Artillery fire echoed endlessly, pounding the ruins into dust. Snipers lurked in every corner. Hunger gnawed through the ranks. Frostbite claimed limbs and lives. Soldiers scavenged for anything they could find, scraps of food, bits of clothing, even wooden splinters from destroyed furniture to fuel their fires. Communications with the outside world were fractured and sparse. The hope for relief from von Manstein's failed winter storm had never materialized. The city was a frozen prison, its walls closing in. As January 31st neared, the inevitable became impossible to ignore. Paulus met with his remaining officers. The situation was hopeless. Men were dying by the hour. The Soviet forces were preparing to launch their final assault, intending to crush the last vestiges of German resistance once and for all. Casualties had mounted into the tens of thousands. Starvation and cold had destroyed the fighting spirit, yet some still held their rifles, unwilling or unable to give up. On the bitter morning of January 31st, 1943, Friedrich Paulus made the decision that would echo through history. He surrendered the remnants of the Sixth Army to the Soviet command. The act was not simply a military capitulation, it was a human moment, the concession of a man and his soldiers who had fought beyond all reason, beyond all hope. Paulus's surrender marked the collapse of Nazi ambitions in the East and signaled a turning point in the Second World War. Thousands of soldiers laid down their weapons, emerging from the rubble to face captivity. Many were frostbitten, starving, and broken. They marched into Soviet hands prisoners of war in a conflict that had drained the lifeblood from them all. The city around them was silent, a monument to destruction and sacrifice. The news of the surrender rippled through Germany and the world. It was a blow to German morale and a beacon of hope for the Soviet Union and the Allies. The myth of German invincibility was shattered. The battle had been brutal, costly, and devastating, with over 2 million casualties on both sides. But from the ashes of Stalingrad rose a new chapter in the war, one where the tide had definitively turned. Paulus's surrender was more than a military event. It was a testament to the limits of command and ideology. It exposed the brutal costs of blind obedience and the human suffering that results from inflexible leadership. It reminded the world that even the mightiest armies are mortal, and that survival often demands a sacrifice beyond pride. In the ruins of Stalingrad, the last stand was over, but its echoes would resonate for generations. A grim reminder of war's cruel toll and the enduring spirit of those caught in its unforgiving grasp. February 2, 1943, marked the grim and final conclusion of the battle for Stalingrad, a day that sealed the destiny of the last desperate remnants of German resistance and heralded the city's liberation. After months of relentless combat, bitter starvation, and unimaginable pain, the once mighty Sixth Army was now shattered, broken, and utterly defeated. The Soviet victory was no longer a distant aspiration or a propaganda boast. It was a stark, undeniable truth, carved into the frozen ruins of the city. The morning was cold, the sky a heavy gray blanket of winter clouds. Within the shattered panorama of Stalingrad, German soldiers fought their final desperate battles. Small bands of men huddled in crumbling buildings, dark cellars, and rubble-filled streets, some too weak, wounded, or frostbitten to even raise a weapon. The air was thick with the smell of decay and cordite, the moans of the injured mixing with the relentless wind sweeping through the ruined boulevards. Outside these pockets of resistance, Soviet troops advanced with a grim resolve. Fresh divisions, strengthened by reinforcements, moved forward through the ice and snow. Artillery thundered relentlessly, pounding the last strongholds of German defense into dust. Tank columns rolled over what was left of shattered homes, their treads grinding bones and memories into the frozen ground. Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus, whose decision to surrender days earlier had shaken the German high command, was now a captive. His capitulation had been the death knell for the Sixth Army. Yet, scattered units, bound by fear, loyalty, or the sheer instinct to survive, still resisted. These final acts of defiance were brief. As the sun set on February 2nd, the last embers of German resistance were extinguished. The guns went silent. The city seemed to exhale a long, weary sigh. The scale of the defeat was immense. More than 91,000 German soldiers were taken captive in the immediate aftermath, a number reflecting the colossal scope of the collapse. Among them were officers, infantrymen, the wounded, and those too exhausted to keep fighting. They marched out of the ruins and into Soviet captivity, a procession of broken men whose lives had been destroyed by battle, hunger, cold, and despair. The grim fact was that fewer than 6,000 of these prisoners would endure the brutal conditions of the Soviet prison camps to ever return home. Starvation, disease, exposure, and exhaustion would claim countless lives in captivity. Families would receive fragmented news, if any, of sons, husbands, and fathers lost to the harsh winters beyond the front lines. The battlefield itself was a tomb for thousands more. Frozen corpses lay scattered beneath the snow and rubble, indistinguishable under layers of ice and debris. Abandoned equipment filled the streets, weapons rusting in the cold, trucks frozen in place, artillery shells scattered like fallen leaves. The psychological toll on the survivors was enormous. Those who endured the nightmare would carry scars that went far beyond flesh and bone. The Soviet forces, exhausted yet victorious, had secured a victory that resonated far beyond the shattered city. Stalingrad was no longer just a strategic objective or a name on a map. It was a symbol, a testament to the endurance of the human spirit and the terrible price of war. The capture of Stalingrad marked a profound turning point in the Second World War. It destroyed the myth of Nazi invincibility, forever changing the balance of power on the Eastern Front. From this moment on, the German army was in retreat, a relentless withdrawal from the vast lands it had once conquered with such brutal efficiency. Stalingrad became a cautionary tale for commanders and soldiers alike, a warning etched in blood and ruin. For the men who survived the battle and the harsh captivity that came after, the cost was a lifetime of scars. Physical injuries that never fully healed, emotional trauma that haunted their dreams, and psychological wounds carried silently for decades. Their stories, whispered among families, recorded in memoirs and retold in history, serve as solemn testaments to the brutal reality of total war. The city of Stalingrad itself bore the deep scars of the conflict. Homes, factories, and entire neighborhoods had been leveled. The population, once vibrant and proud, was decimated. Yet, amid the destruction, a fierce spirit of resilience remained. Rebuilding would take years, but the city's name was already a beacon of hope for the Allied forces, proof that even the darkest days of war could be overcome. For the Axis powers, the defeat was a devastating blow from which they would never completely recover. The loss of the Sixth Army was not merely a military disaster. It was a shattering of morale and an irreversible turning point in the struggle for Europe's destiny. Stalingrad, a city broken and a people scarred, became a symbol of sacrifice, endurance, and the crushing cost of ambition. Its story remains a reminder of war's unforgiving price, of human courage and suffering, and of a world forever altered by the fierce struggle that unfolded amid its frozen ruins. The city of Stalingrad lay in ruins. What was once a thriving industrial hub and a bustling center of life had been transformed into a vast wasteland of shattered buildings, twisted metal, and shattered dreams. The streets were littered with debris, the remnants of homes, factories, and lives torn apart by months of relentless bombardment and brutal street fighting. The very earth seemed scorched, scarred by the fury of war, its surface marked by craters and trenches that told silent stories of death and destruction. The human toll was staggering. Historians estimate that over 1 million soldiers and civilians died in and around Stalingrad, a number almost too vast to comprehend. It was a catastrophe of human suffering, a mass of lives extinguished beneath the crushing weight of ideology, ambition, and unyielding hatred. The soldiers of the German Sixth Army, once among the most formidable fighting forces in the world, had been decimated. Their numbers, once counted in the hundreds of thousands, were reduced to mere fragments, survivors haunted by hunger, cold, and loss. Alongside them lay the Soviet defenders who had paid a terrible price to hold their city, a sacrifice that transformed into a bitter victory. The civilian suffering was immeasurable. Those who had not fled before the siege found themselves trapped in the inferno, starving, freezing, and living under constant bombardment. They endured a hell that defies easy description. Basements became prisons, shelters became tombs, and families were torn apart by death and despair. The children, women, and elderly who remained bore the harshest burden, their lives overshadowed by violence and loss. Yet many displayed a courage and resilience that seemed to defy the very cruelty surrounding them. The physical destruction mirrored the psychological devastation. The city's infrastructure was obliterated. Factories that once produced tanks and weapons now lay silent beneath the rubble. Transportation lines were severed, cutting off supplies and escape routes. The Volga River, a vital artery for trade and movement, ran through a city-turned-battlefield, its banks littered with wreckage and bodies. The once bustling cityscape was now a testament to the horrors of modern warfare, a ruin that whispered the names of the dead and the stories of those who fought to the last breath. But beyond the physical and human destruction, the aftermath of Stalingrad rippled far beyond the city limits. It marked a profound turning point on the Eastern Front and in World War II as a whole. The morale of the Soviet Union soared. After years of devastating retreats, catastrophic losses, and unimaginable hardship, the victory at Stalingrad ignited a fire of hope and defiance among soldiers and civilians alike. It was proof that the seemingly unstoppable German war machine could be stopped and that victory was possible. The news of the Soviet triumph spread quickly through the vast expanse of the Soviet Union. Radio broadcasts blared the success into homes, factories, and fields. The Red Army soldiers, many of whom had endured starvation, frostbite, and despair, found renewed strength. Commanders gained confidence, and the people's faith in their leaders was rekindled. The battle became a symbol of resilience, sacrifice, and the unyielding spirit of a nation determined to defend its homeland at any cost. This surge in morale translated directly into strategic momentum. The Red Army, now buoyed by its success, began a series of offensives that would push German forces steadily westward. The once feared blitzkrieg was now checked, and the balance of power on the Eastern Front began to shift irreversibly. From Stalingrad forward, the Germans would largely be on the defensive, fighting to hold what they still possessed rather than expanding their territory. For the Axis powers, the consequences were devastating and far-reaching. The loss of the Sixth Army was a blow not only in manpower and equipment, but in confidence and ideology. The myth of German invincibility, carefully cultivated by propaganda and nurtured by earlier victories, was shattered in the ruins of Stalingrad. This defeat exposed the limits of Nazi military power and the fatal hubris of Hitler's strategy. It sent shockwaves through the German military command, the political leadership, and the civilian population, many of whom began to question the war's direction and their nation's ultimate fate. The German High Command faced a crisis of morale and strategy. The vast losses, the collapse of the Southern Front, and the failure to secure the Caucasus oil fields left the Axis war effort on shaky ground. Plans that once seemed achievable now appeared desperate and out of reach. The defeat at Stalingrad would reverberate through subsequent campaigns, forcing Germany onto a path of retreat and attrition. The international community took note. Allied leaders recognized Stalingrad as a crucial turning point in the global conflict. It was proof that the Axis powers could be stopped, that the tide of war was turning. For the United States and Great Britain, it reinforced the importance of supporting the Soviet Union. The Eastern Front was bleeding German forces and diverting their resources, easing pressure on the Western allies. Resistance movements across occupied Europe drew strength from the news, invigorated by the notion that the Axis might finally be vulnerable. Amid this vast strategic and human upheaval, the survivors of Stalingrad faced a long, arduous road ahead. Many returned to find homes destroyed or occupied. Families were fragmented, communities uprooted. The scars of war, physical wounds, psychological trauma, and profound grief lingered long after the guns fell silent. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming loss, the people of Stalingrad and the Soviet Union as a whole began the painstaking process of rebuilding. Factories were reconstructed, neighborhoods slowly restored, and life sought a fragile new normal. The battle's legacy extends beyond military history. It stands as a solemn reminder of the brutal cost of total war, of the suffering endured by millions, and of the resilience of the human spirit amid devastation. Stalingrad remains a symbol not just of a military victory, but of the price of ambition, the depths of human endurance, and the complex realities of war. The echoes of Stalingrad continue to shape how we understand conflict, sacrifice, and survival. It is a chapter of history written in fire and blood, in courage and tragedy, a turning point that altered the course of world history and forever changed the lives of those caught in its merciless grip. The echoes of Stalingrad's fall rippled far beyond the frozen ruins of a devastated city. This monumental defeat sent shockwaves across continents, reshaping strategies, shattering illusions, and altering the very course of the Second World War. What happened in that battered corner of the Soviet Union was no longer just a brutal military engagement. It became a defining moment that affected leaders and soldiers alike, from Washington to Berlin, from London to Moscow. For the Allied powers, the victory at Stalingrad was a beacon of hope piercing through years of darkness. After enduring the onslaught of Nazi Germany's blitzkrieg and witnessing relentless German advances across Europe and the Soviet Union, the news that the Sixth Army had been encircled and destroyed reverberated like thunder. It was proof, undeniable and dramatic, that the seemingly invincible German war machine could be stopped and, crucially, defeated. In Washington, military strategists pored over reports with renewed optimism. The Soviets, once perceived as struggling under the weight of early German successes, had demonstrated an incredible capacity for resilience, adaptation, and offensive action. This shift in the Eastern Front's dynamics altered American calculations. Lend-Lease support, which had already been vital, became even more essential. The United States recognized that empowering the Red Army was key to drawing German forces into a protracted war of attrition, one that could ultimately bleed the Nazi war effort dry. British leaders in London received the news with similar relief. Stalingrad's fall shattered the aura of German invincibility and bolstered Allied morale. It underscored the importance of sustaining pressure on multiple fronts, a lesson that shaped the planning of the upcoming invasion of Western Europe. The battle's outcome offered tangible proof that the tide was turning and encouraged resistance movements across Nazi-occupied Europe, who saw in Stalingrad a symbol of hope and defiance. Yet perhaps nowhere was the shock more profound than within Germany itself. For years, Hitler had cultivated an image of invincibility, a strategic genius destined to lead Germany to glory. The victories in Poland, France, and the early Soviet campaigns had fed this myth. German propaganda glorified the Führer as a master strategist, infallible and unstoppable. This image bolstered not only the military's confidence but also civilian morale, binding the nation to a vision of triumph. But Stalingrad shattered this illusion. The surrender of the Sixth Army was unprecedented. Never before had a German field marshal been taken prisoner, especially one as decorated and close to Hitler as Friedrich Paulus. The very idea that an entire army, equipped, trained, and deemed elite, could be encircled and forced to surrender challenged deeply held beliefs about German military superiority. The news was met with shock, disbelief, and a growing undercurrent of doubt within the military high command. Senior officers, many of whom had long harbored concerns about the feasibility of Hitler's Eastern campaign, saw in Stalingrad a confirmation of their fears. The loss raised painful questions about strategic planning, supply lines, and the overreach of Nazi ambitions. For the German people, the defeat was a blow to morale that reverberated through towns and cities. The constant stream of propaganda was suddenly strained to explain what had happened. The leadership tried to frame the loss as a heroic stand, a sacrifice made for the fatherland. But cracks in public confidence were unmistakable. Whispers of defeat and questions about the war's direction became harder to suppress. Hitler's response to the catastrophe revealed a dangerous rigidity. Rather than reassessing strategy or authorizing tactical withdrawals that might have preserved German forces, he doubled down on orders to hold ground at all costs. This obstinacy condemned thousands of soldiers to a slow death in the harsh Russian winter, and prevented flexible responses that might have altered the course of the campaign. The Führer's refusal to adapt sowed the seeds for future disasters, locking Germany into a path of attrition and retreat. The beginning of the German retreat on the Eastern Front was slow and agonizing. The loss of manpower, materiel, and morale at Stalingrad weakened the Army's capacity for offensive operations. Supply lines grew overstretched as Soviet forces pressed their advantage, reclaiming lost territories with relentless determination. Cities and towns once captured with relative ease now became battlegrounds for desperate defense. The Red Army, invigorated by victory, seized the momentum. Newly refined tactics, combined arms coordination, and the vast human resources of the Soviet Union allowed them to maintain sustained pressure. Their advance was neither swift nor without cost, but the psychological blow to German forces was as devastating as the physical losses. The myth of Nazi dominance crumbled further with each lost village and kilometer of territory. This shift in momentum forced Germany to fight a defensive war on multiple fronts. The Western Allies prepared their own offensives, while the Italians and Hungarians struggled to hold the southern front. Germany's resources became increasingly strained, and the strategic initiative slipped permanently from its grasp. The Battle of Stalingrad had marked the fulcrum point, the moment when Germany's ambitious advance gave way to a precarious, faltering defense. Globally, the implications were profound. The battle's outcome was not merely a military event, but a psychological turning point that altered how the world viewed the conflict. It inspired resistance fighters, influenced diplomatic relations, and shaped the strategies that would ultimately lead to Nazi Germany's defeat. In retrospect, Stalingrad's fall revealed the brutal realities of modern total war, the catastrophic human costs, the limits of military power, and the complex interplay of strategy, leadership, and sheer human endurance. It underscored how a single battle, fought with ferocity and sacrifice, could pivot the fate of nations and change the course of history. The legacy of Stalingrad endures, reminding us that in the darkest moments, the tides of war can turn not just through numbers or firepower, but through the resilience of those who fight, the decisions of leaders, and the unforgiving march of history itself. The Battle of Stalingrad endures not only as a pivotal military event, but as a profound symbol, etched deeply into the collective memory of Russia and the world. In the decades since the guns fell silent, the city, now known as Volgograd, has become a living testament to sacrifice, resilience, and the human cost of war. Through towering memorials, solemn statues, and countless stories passed from generation to generation, Stalingrad's legacy continues to shape Russian national pride and the global understanding of World War II. The landscape of Volgograd is marked by monuments that stand as silent sentinels over the battle's memory. Chief among them is the towering statue of the Motherland Calls, a colossal figure of a woman wielding a raised sword, her outstretched arm beckoning her people to defend the motherland. Standing over 85 meters tall, she dominates the city skyline, embodying the spirit of defiance and sacrifice that defined the battle. The statue is not merely a work of art, but a powerful symbol of endurance, a reminder of the millions who fought and died. Amidst the ruins surrounding this monumental sculpture are vast memorial complexes, including sprawling cemeteries where thousands of soldiers, Soviet and Axis alike, lie buried beneath simple crosses and markers. These hallowed grounds invite reflection on the staggering human toll of the battle. Each grave represents a story, a young man's hopes extinguished, a mother's grief immortalized, a nation's pain made tangible. The meticulous care taken to preserve these sites speaks to the reverence with which the battle is remembered. Beyond the physical monuments, the stories of those who lived through Stalingrad form the heartbeat of remembrance. Survivors, soldiers, and civilians have recounted tales of unimaginable hardship and heroism. Their narratives reveal not just the brutality of urban warfare, but the depths of human endurance under siege. In dark cellars and makeshift shelters, families clung to hope amid starvation and shell fire. Soldiers fought with desperate courage in shattered buildings, navigating a labyrinth of rubble and death. These stories personalize history, transforming statistics into lived experience. The memoirs, letters, and interviews capture the voices of those who witnessed Stalingrad firsthand. They speak of comrades lost, of the bitter cold that seeped into bones, of the fleeting moments of camaraderie amid chaos. Many describe the psychological scars carried long after the battle, nightmares of relentless bombardment, the weight of command decisions, the agony of seeing friends fall. These personal accounts enrich our understanding of Stalingrad far beyond strategy and tactics. They reveal the profound human cost of the conflict. The battle's place in World War II memory extends well beyond Russian borders. For many across the globe, Stalingrad symbolizes the turning point in the struggle against Nazi Germany. It marks the moment when the tide shifted irrevocably, when the forces of tyranny first tasted decisive defeat. In textbooks, documentaries, and public discourse, Stalingrad is portrayed as a testament to the resilience of those who stood against overwhelming odds. Yet, the memory of Stalingrad is complex and multifaceted. In the Soviet era, the battle was woven into a grand narrative of patriotic heroism and ideological triumph. It served to unify the nation, celebrating the Red Army's sacrifice as a foundational moment in Soviet identity. Monuments and commemorations were state-sponsored acts of remembrance, linking the past to the aspirations of a future socialist society. Since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, perspectives on Stalingrad have evolved. While the pride in the battle's significance remains strong, there is also a growing recognition of the broader human tragedies, including the suffering of civilians caught in the crossfire and the often harrowing conditions endured by soldiers on all sides. Contemporary scholarship and public dialogue seek to balance the heroic narrative with a sober reckoning of war's horrors. Internationally, Stalingrad has become a subject of study and reflection, inspiring works of literature, film, and art. It challenges audiences to confront the realities of total war, the devastation wrought on cities and lives, the limits of human endurance, and the moral complexities faced by individuals and nations in extremis. The battle's memory serves as a cautionary tale against the romanticization of war, emphasizing instead its brutal, unforgiving nature. Commemorations continue to this day, with annual ceremonies drawing veterans, families, and citizens alike. These rituals foster a sense of continuity, a living connection between past and present. They affirm a collective commitment to remember, to honor sacrifice, and to seek peace in the shadow of history's darkest chapters. In remembering Stalingrad, we confront the paradox of war, its capacity to inspire heroism and unity even as it destroys and divides. The city's story is one of profound loss but also of unwavering resilience. It stands as a reminder that beneath the vast sweep of history lie countless individual lives, each with dreams, fears, and sacrifices that echo through time. As the world reflects on Stalingrad, the lessons of the battle resonate with enduring relevance. They speak to the costs of total war, the strength found in solidarity, and the vital importance of remembering history honestly. In honoring those who endured Stalingrad, we acknowledge not only their suffering, but their courage, a courage that continues to inspire generations long after the guns fell silent. The Battle of Stalingrad stands as one of the most studied and profoundly instructive conflicts in modern military history. Its vast scale, staggering human cost, and relentless urban combat offer a stark tableau from which commanders, historians, and societies continue to draw hard-earned lessons. As we reflect on this titanic struggle, we uncover insights not only about military strategy and tactics, but also about the psychology of war, the nature of leadership, and the depths of human endurance. The first, Stalingrad transformed our understanding of urban warfare, a brutal, chaotic, and unforgiving form of combat that challenges even the most disciplined armies. Unlike the sweeping maneuvers of open battlefields, fighting in Stalingrad's ruined factories, bombed-out buildings, and narrow streets was a grinding war of attrition. Soldiers fought for every room, every floor, every stairwell. Conventional tactics often fell short, replaced by close-quarters combat, improvisation, and an intimate knowledge of the shattered landscape. The German Rattenkrieg, the War of the Rats, epitomized this harrowing reality, where the line between hunter and hunted blurred in the shadows of rubble. This battle taught that urban warfare demands adaptability, resourcefulness, and a profound understanding of the terrain. Commanders could not rely solely on overwhelming firepower or rapid maneuvers. Success hinged on coordination among infantry, engineers, artillery, and air support, all while enduring the psychological strain of relentless, deadly proximity. Stalingrad revealed the limits of mechanized warfare in cities and underscored the enduring importance of infantry and small unit tactics. The siege also highlighted the critical role of logistics and supply in sustained combat operations. Both sides faced immense challenges in feeding, arming, and reinforcing their troops amid the devastated city and the harsh Russian winter. The German failure to maintain secure supply lines and adequately provision the Sixth Army became a decisive factor in their eventual defeat. Stalingrad taught that strategic planning must account not only for battlefield tactics, but for the complex realities of sustaining an army under siege conditions. Beyond the battlefield, the psychological toll of Stalingrad was staggering. Total war stripped away the boundaries between combatants and civilians, transforming entire populations into participants and victims. Soldiers endured unimaginable hardships, starvation, cold, constant shelling, and the trauma of killing and death around every corner. Civilians faced similar horrors, trapped in cellars and ruins, struggling to survive amid devastation. This shared suffering exacted a profound human cost, one often overlooked in grand narratives of victory and defeat. The battle exposed how psychological resilience becomes as vital as physical endurance in prolonged combat. Morale, willpower, and the capacity to endure suffering shaped the battle's course as much as weapons and tactics. The Soviets' ability to harness nationalistic fervor and ideological commitment was critical in sustaining their defense. Conversely, the German army's declining morale, crushed under starvation and hopelessness, hastened their collapse. Stalingrad also offers a sobering meditation on leadership and hubris. Hitler's insistence on holding the city at all costs disregarded tactical realities and condemned hundreds of thousands to death or captivity. The rigid chain of command, the refusal to allow strategic withdrawals, and the underestimation of Soviet capabilities were fatal errors born of overconfidence and ideological rigidity. The battle stands as a cautionary tale about the dangers of inflexible leadership and the perils of placing ideology above pragmatism. Yet within this tragedy, we also witness extraordinary human endurance. Soldiers and civilians alike displayed courage, ingenuity, and an unyielding will to survive against staggering odds. Stories of snipers like Vasily Zaitsev, of civilians secretly ferrying supplies, and of commanders like Zhukov and Shchikov adapting to an ever-changing battlefield remind us of the resilience and complexity of human nature in extremis. Stalingrad was a crucible where ordinary individuals were pushed to their limits and, in many cases, surpassed them. More broadly, the battle challenges us to confront the brutal realities of modern warfare. It strips away romantic illusions and exposes war's grim calculus, where victory is measured in destruction and survival demands sacrifice. The lessons of Stalingrad resonate in contemporary conflicts, reminding military planners and societies of the costs of war, the complexities of urban combat, and the importance of understanding the human dimension alongside technological might. In reflecting on Stalingrad, we also grapple with the ethical and moral questions war raises. The suffering endured by civilians, the devastation wrought on a city, and the profound loss of life compel us to consider the true price of conflict. Stalingrad teaches that wars are not won merely by strategy or force, but by the resilience of those caught in the maelstrom, their hopes, fears, and sacrifices. The battle's enduring legacy lies not just in the historical record, but in its ability to inform how we understand conflict, leadership, and human capacity. It reminds us that even amid the darkest destruction, lessons emerge about humility, perseverance, and the fragile value of peace. Stalingrad stands as a testament to the complexities of war and the enduring strength of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. The Battle of Stalingrad was not merely a turning point in the military campaigns of World War II. It was a moment that reshaped the geopolitical landscape of the post-war world. The echoes of this brutal, harrowing struggle extended far beyond the shattered ruins of a single city, influencing the balance of power, international relations, and ideological conflicts for decades to come. As the smoke cleared from Stalingrad's devastated streets, the world was beginning to glimpse the contours of a new order, one forged in blood, sacrifice, and a bitter contest of wills. At the heart of this transformation was the Soviet Union's emergence as a dominant global power. Before Stalingrad, the Soviets had suffered staggering losses and endured brutal invasions. The victory at Stalingrad, however, marked the first decisive defeat of Nazi Germany on the Eastern Front. It bolstered the Soviet Army's morale and legitimacy, cementing its reputation as a formidable military force capable of repelling and defeating the seemingly unstoppable German war machine. The Red Army's relentless advance after Stalingrad would push the front lines westward, reclaiming vast territories and signaling that the Soviets were no longer on the defensive, but had become an unstoppable offensive force. This newfound strength translated into increased influence in the post-war world. The Soviet Union leveraged its military victories to establish a sphere of influence across Eastern Europe, installing communist governments in liberated territories. These satellite states became buffer zones, strategic lines of defense against potential Western aggression. Stalingrad, therefore, was the beginning of the Soviet expansion that would define the Cold War era, a geopolitical standoff between East and West that shaped global politics for nearly half a century. For the United States and its allies, Stalingrad's outcome was both a source of relief and a cause for strategic recalibration. The defeat of Germany's Sixth Army signaled that the war could be won, but it also underscored the Soviet Union's rising power. As the Allied powers planned the final phases of the war, including the D-Day invasion and the push into Germany from the West, they became increasingly aware that their wartime partnership with the Soviets was a marriage of convenience, marked by underlying ideological tensions and competing visions for the post-war order. Diplomatic engagements in the war's closing months, from Tehran to Yalta, reflected these complexities. Leaders grappled with questions of territorial control, governance, and the future of nations ravaged by conflict. Stalingrad's significance loomed large in these discussions, as the Soviets entered negotiations from a position of strength. The seeds of the Cold War were sown here, rooted in mutual suspicion, divergent political systems, and competing ambitions, all catalyzed by the battle's outcome. In Germany, the consequences of Stalingrad rippled through the nation's collapse and occupation. The defeat accelerated the unraveling of the Nazi regime and hastened the country's division. Post-war Germany would be carved into zones controlled by the Allied powers, Soviet, American, British, and French, laying the groundwork for the division between East and West Germany. The battle's legacy became intertwined with Germany's painful reconstruction, its reckoning with wartime atrocities, and its eventual role in a divided Europe. Stalingrad's impact extended beyond Europe in the Cold War. It influenced emerging nationalist movements and decolonization struggles around the world. The demonstration that a seemingly invincible power could be defeated inspired colonized peoples and resistance fighters seeking to challenge imperial domination. The battle became a symbol of resilience and hope, a narrative that transcended borders and ideologies. The ripple effect of Stalingrad also touched military doctrine and strategic thought globally. Commanders and scholars studied the battle's lessons on urban warfare, logistics, and total war. The immense human and material costs underscored the importance of understanding the social, psychological, and political dimensions of modern conflict. These insights shaped military planning during the Cold War and beyond, influencing how nations prepared for potential conflicts in an increasingly complex global environment. In cultural and political memory, Stalingrad assumed a mythic status. It became a foundational story for the Soviet Union, a testament to sacrifice and collective heroism. The battle's narrative was woven into the fabric of Soviet identity, reinforcing the legitimacy of the regime and its ideology. Internationally, it symbolized the resilience of those who resist oppression and the profound costs of war. Its memory has been preserved in monuments, literature, film, and commemorations that continue to remind the world of the enduring significance of this historic struggle. As we examine the ripple effect of Stalingrad, we recognize that the battle was more than a military victory or defeat. It was a catalyst for profound geopolitical transformations, a crucible in which the post-war world was forged. Its lessons resonate today, reminding us that history's turning points shape not only the fate of armies, but the destinies of nations and peoples across generations. The Battle of Stalingrad, more than just a brutal military engagement, evolved into a powerful symbol etched deeply into the cultural and historical consciousness of Russia and the world. Its story has been told and retold in countless forms, from official propaganda to literature, film, art, and personal memoirs. Over time, the line between history and myth blurred, as Stalingrad became both a monument to human endurance and a prism through which societies interpret the nature of war, sacrifice, and identity. Immediately after the battle, the Soviet government recognized the immense value of Stalingrad as a rallying point for patriotism and ideological unity. The city was transformed into a sacred symbol, the site where the motherland had been defended against the Nazi invader with unparalleled heroism. The victory was framed as a triumph not only of Soviet arms, but of the collective spirit and socialist ideals. Official narratives celebrated the Red Army's bravery, the unwavering resolve of civilians, and the leadership of figures like Zhukov and Chukov, weaving them into a grand tapestry of national pride. These narratives were disseminated widely through newspapers, radio broadcasts, posters, and ceremonies, creating a shared story that inspired generations. Monuments were erected, most famously the colossal statue the Motherland Calls, which looms over Volgograd as a testament to sacrifice and defiance. The city itself was rebuilt with streets and squares named after heroes and battles, ensuring that memory was embedded in the very fabric of everyday life. Yet, while official accounts emphasize unity and heroism, the personal experiences of soldiers and civilians were far more complex. Diaries, letters, and oral histories reveal stories of fear, doubt, and profound loss alongside acts of extraordinary courage. The chaos of urban combat, the starvation endured by trapped civilians, and the psychological trauma carried by survivors paint a more nuanced picture of the battle's human cost. These intimate voices have gradually found space alongside the grand narrative, enriching our understanding of Stalingrad's reality. Stalingrad's memory has also been shaped by literature and the arts. Soviet writers and poets crafted works that celebrated heroism but did not shy away from portraying the war's harshness. Novels and films captured the relentless struggle in ruined factories and streets, the grit of the soldiers, and the endurance of the people. Internationally, Stalingrad inspired countless works that grappled with themes of resilience, sacrifice, and the moral ambiguities of war. Film, in particular, has played a critical role in cementing Stalingrad's place in cultural memory. Soviet cinema produced epic war dramas that both glorified and humanized the battle, influencing public perceptions for decades. Later, international films and documentaries revisited Stalingrad from different perspectives, exploring the horrors and heroism from varied national viewpoints. Through visual storytelling, audiences around the world engaged emotionally with the battle's legacy, bridging the gap between historical fact and lived experience. However, the process of mythologizing Stalingrad has sometimes obscured uncomfortable truths. The heroic narrative, while inspiring, has been used at times to justify political agendas, suppress dissenting voices, and simplify the complex realities of war. In the Soviet era, official memory often marginalized the suffering of civilians and glossed over military setbacks to maintain a message of unyielding victory. Post-Soviet reflections have sought to balance pride with critical examination, acknowledging the full scope of sacrifice and tragedy. Globally, Stalingrad's myth intersects with universal themes of human endurance and the struggle against oppression. For many, it symbolizes the ultimate test of will in the face of overwhelming odds. Resistance movements during and after the war invoke Stalingrad as proof that tyrannical powers could be challenged and defeated. The battle's legacy has transcended national borders, becoming part of a shared human story about courage and survival. In museums and memorials around the world, Stalingrad is remembered not just as a military victory, but as a somber warning. It challenges visitors to confront the devastating cost of total war and to honor those who endured its horrors. The preservation of battlefields, artifacts, and testimonies ensures that the lessons of Stalingrad remain vivid and accessible to future generations. The interplay between memory and myth continues to evolve as historians uncover new evidence and survivors' testimonies are recorded. Our understanding deepens and shifts. The story of Stalingrad invites ongoing reflection on how societies remember trauma and heroism, how history is shaped by culture and politics, and how we can honor the past while striving for a more peaceful future. But ultimately, Stalingrad stands as a testament to the power of memory, not only to preserve history, but to shape identity, values, and hope. It reminds us that beneath the rubble and ruin lie stories of resilience, sacrifice, and humanity that continue to resonate across time and space. Through memory and myth, the battle lives on as a symbol, a warning, and a source of enduring inspiration. The Battle of Stalingrad, fought over 7 decades ago, remains one of the most profound and instructive episodes in the history of modern warfare. Its story is not confined to the pages of history books or the monuments that stand in Volgograd. It continues to resonate deeply with military strategists, policymakers, and humanity at large. As we look at the world today, fraught with new conflicts and geopolitical tensions, the lessons born from the ashes of Stalingrad offer invaluable insights, timeless reminders of the costs of war, the complexities of leadership, and the indomitable nature of human endurance. First, Stalingrad transformed our understanding of urban warfare, a brutal, chaotic, and unforgiving form of combat that challenges even the most disciplined armies. Unlike the sweeping maneuvers of open battlefields, fighting in Stalingrad's ruined factories, bombed-out buildings, and narrow streets was a grinding war of attrition. Soldiers fought for every room, every floor, every stairwell. Conventional tactics often fell short, replaced by close-quarters combat, improvisation, and an intimate knowledge of the shattered landscape. The German Rattenkrieg, the War of the Rats, epitomized this harrowing reality, where the line between hunter and hunted blurred in the shadows of rubble. This battle taught that urban warfare demands adaptability, resourcefulness, and a profound understanding of the terrain. Commanders cannot rely solely on overwhelming firepower or rapid maneuvers. Success hinges on coordination among infantry, engineers, artillery, and air support, all while enduring the psychological strain of relentless, deadly proximity. Stalingrad revealed the limits of mechanized warfare in cities and underscored the enduring importance of infantry and small unit tactics. The siege also highlighted the critical role of logistics and supply in sustained combat operations. Both sides faced immense challenges in feeding, arming, and reinforcing their troops amid the devastated city and the harsh Russian winter. The German failure to maintain secure supply lines and adequately provision the Sixth Army became a decisive factor in their eventual defeat. Stalingrad taught that strategic planning must account not only for battlefield tactics, but for the complex realities of sustaining an army under siege conditions. Beyond the battlefield, the psychological toll of Stalingrad was staggering. Total war stripped away the boundaries between combatants and civilians, transforming entire populations into participants and victims. Soldiers endured unimaginable hardships, starvation, cold, constant shelling, and the trauma of killing and death around every corner. Civilians faced similar horrors, trapped in cellars and ruins, struggling to survive amid devastation. This shared suffering exacted a profound human cost, one often overlooked in grand narratives of victory and defeat. The battle exposed how psychological resilience becomes as vital as physical endurance in prolonged combat. Morale, willpower, and the capacity to endure suffering shaped the battle's course as much as weapons and tactics. The Soviets' ability to harness nationalistic fervor and ideological commitment was critical in sustaining their defense. Conversely, the German army's declining morale, crushed under starvation and hopelessness, hastened their collapse. Stalingrad also offers a sobering meditation on leadership and hubris. Hitler's insistence on holding the city at all costs disregarded tactical realities and condemned hundreds of thousands to death or captivity. The rigid chain of command, the refusal to allow strategic withdrawals, and the underestimation of Soviet capabilities were fatal errors born of overconfidence and ideological rigidity. The battle stands as a cautionary tale about the dangers of inflexible leadership and the perils of placing ideology above pragmatism. Yet within this tragedy, we also witness extraordinary human endurance. Soldiers and civilians alike displayed courage, ingenuity, and an unyielding will to survive against staggering odds. Stories of snipers like Vasily Zaitsev, of civilians secretly ferrying supplies, and of commanders like Zhukov and Chukov, adapting to an ever-changing battlefield remind us of the resilience and complexity of human nature in extremis. Stalingrad was a crucible where ordinary individuals were pushed to their limits and, in many cases, surpassed them. More broadly, the battle challenges us to confront the brutal realities of modern warfare. It strips away romantic illusions and exposes war's grim calculus, where victory is measured in destruction and survival demands sacrifice. The lessons of Stalingrad resonate in contemporary conflicts, reminding military planners and societies of the costs of war, the complexities of urban combat, and the importance of understanding the human dimension alongside technological might. In reflecting on Stalingrad, we also grapple with the ethical and moral questions war raises. The suffering endured by civilians, the devastation wrought on a city, and the profound loss of life compel us to consider the true price of conflict. Stalingrad teaches that wars are not won merely by strategy or force, but by the resilience of those caught in the maelstrom, their hopes, fears, and sacrifices. The battle's enduring legacy lies not just in the historical record, but in its ability to inform how we understand conflict, leadership, and human capacity. It reminds us that even amid the darkest destruction, lessons emerge about humility, perseverance, and the fragile value of peace. Stalingrad stands as a testament to the complexities of war and the enduring strength of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. The impact of Stalingrad on post-war geopolitics. The Battle of Stalingrad was more than a decisive moment in the military actions of World War II. It was an event that redefined the geopolitical terrain of the post-war era. The reverberations of this savage and agonizing conflict reached far beyond the devastated ruins of one city, shaping the power dynamics, international affairs, and ideological battles for decades afterward. As the haze lifted from Stalingrad's obliterated avenues, the world started to discern the outlines of a new global structure, one forged in gore, sacrifice, and a fierce clash of ideologies. At the core of this change was the Soviet Union's ascent as a preeminent world power. Before Stalingrad, the Soviets had faced immense casualties and withstood brutal attacks. The victory at Stalingrad, however, was the first conclusive defeat of Nazi Germany on the Eastern Front. It fortified the Soviet Army's morale and authority, solidifying its standing as a powerful military entity capable of repelling and conquering the seemingly invincible German military machine. The Red Army's unceasing push westward after Stalingrad would reclaim huge territories, signaling that the Soviets were no longer defending but had become an irresistible offensive juggernaut. This newfound military prowess was converted into greater influence in the post-war world. The Soviet Union used its military triumphs to forge a sphere of control across Eastern Europe, putting communist regimes in place in liberated nations. These satellite countries served as buffer states, strategic defensive lines against feared Western hostility. Stalingrad, therefore, marked the genesis of the Soviet expansion that would characterize the Cold War, a geopolitical impasse between East and West that influenced global events for nearly 50 years. For the United States and its partners, the result of Stalingrad was a source of both comfort and a reason for strategic reevaluation. The defeat of Germany's Sixth Army showed that the war was winnable, but it also highlighted the Soviet Union's growing strength. As the Allied nations formulated the last stages of the war, such as the D-Day invasion and the advance into Germany from the West, they grew more conscious that their wartime alliance with the Soviets was a temporary arrangement defined by underlying ideological clashes and competing ideas for the post-war world. Diplomatic meetings in the war's final months, from Tehran to Yalta, mirrored these intricate dynamics. Leaders wrestled with issues of territorial governance, control, and the future of nations destroyed by the conflict. Stalingrad's importance was a major factor in these talks, as the Soviets came to the table from a position of great strength. The seeds of the Cold War were planted in this context, nourished by mutual distrust, opposing political frameworks, and clashing ambitions, all intensified by the battle's outcome. In Germany, the effects of Stalingrad spread through the nation's defeat and division. The loss sped up the collapse of the Nazi government and quickened the country's partitioning. Post-war, Germany would be divided into zones managed by the Allied nations, Soviet, American, British, and French, which set the stage for the division between East and West Germany. The battle's history became linked with Germany's arduous reconstruction, its confrontation with wartime crimes, and its ultimate position in a divided Europe. Stalingrad's influence also reached beyond Europe and the Cold War. It affected rising nationalist movements and decolonization efforts worldwide. The proof that a seemingly unstoppable power could be vanquished gave hope to colonized peoples and resistance groups aiming to defy imperial control. The battle grew into a symbol of tenacity and optimism, a story that crossed borders and political beliefs. The ripple effect of Stalingrad also impacted military strategy and thought across the globe. Commanders and academics analyzed the battle's lessons on city combat, supply chains, and total war. The enormous human and material toll emphasized the need to understand the social, psychological, and political aspects of modern warfare. These learnings influenced military strategies during the Cold War and later, affecting how nations get ready for potential conflicts in an ever more complex global scene. In cultural and political memory, Stalingrad gained a mythical quality. It turned into a foundational narrative for the Soviet Union, a testament to sacrifice and shared heroism. The battle story was integrated into the core of Soviet identity, bolstering the legitimacy of the regime and its principles. On an international level, it came to symbolize the resilience of those who fight tyranny and the immense costs of war. Its memory is kept alive in monuments, books, movies, and ceremonies that continue to remind the world of the lasting importance of this historic conflict. As we analyze the ripple effect of Stalingrad, we see that the battle was more than a military win or loss. It was a catalyst for immense geopolitical shifts, a crucible where the post-war world took shape. Its lessons still resonate, reminding us that history's key moments determine not only the fate of armies, but the destinies of nations and their people for generations to come. Stalingrad in culture and history. The Battle of Stalingrad, beyond being just a savage military conflict, transformed into a potent symbol, deeply embedded in the cultural and historical mind of Russia and the world. Its narrative has been shared and reshaped in myriad forms, from state-sanctioned propaganda to literature, cinema, art, and private journals. Over the years, the distinction between historical fact and myth has softened, as Stalingrad has become both a tribute to human fortitude and a lens through which societies view the essence of war, sacrifice, and national identity. Right after the battle, the Soviet government saw the huge propaganda value of Stalingrad as a focal point for patriotism and ideological cohesion. The city was elevated to a sacred icon, the place where the motherland was defended against the Nazi enemy with unmatched heroism. The victory was presented as a success not just of Soviet military might, but of the collective will and socialist principles. Official histories celebrated the Red Army's valor, the unshakable resolve of the populace, and the leadership of figures like Zhukov and Chuikov, weaving them into a grand story of national heroism. These stories were spread widely via newspapers, radio, posters, and events, forging a common narrative that inspired generations. Monuments were built, most notably the giant statue the Motherland calls, which stands over Volgograd as a monument to sacrifice and resistance. The city itself was reconstructed with avenues and squares named after heroes in key battles, guaranteeing that memory was woven into the very texture of daily existence. Yet, while official histories stressed unity and heroism, the private experiences of soldiers and civilians were much more multifaceted. Diaries, letters, and personal accounts tell tales of dread, uncertainty, and immense loss, alongside moments of incredible bravery. The chaos of city combat, the starvation suffered by trapped citizens, and the psychological wounds carried by survivors offer a more detailed view of the battle's human toll. These personal stories have slowly been given a place alongside the official narrative, deepening our understanding of Stalingrad's true nature. Stalingrad's memory has also been molded by literature and the arts. Soviet authors and poets created works that lauded heroism, but did not avoid showing the war's brutality. Novels and movies depicted the relentless fight in ruined factories and streets, the determination of the soldiers, and the resilience of the people. Internationally, Stalingrad sparked countless works that explored themes of endurance, sacrifice, and the moral complexities of war. Cinema, in particular, has been vital in securing Stalingrad's place in cultural memory. Soviet films produced epic war sagas that both glorified and humanized the battle, shaping public opinion for decades. Later, international movies and documentaries re-examined Stalingrad from various angles, investigating the horrors and heroism from different national perspectives through visual storytelling. Audiences worldwide connected emotionally with the battle's legacy, closing the gap between historical fact and personal experience. However, the process of myth-making around Stalingrad has, at times, hidden uncomfortable realities. The heroic story, while motivating, has been used on occasion to support political goals, stifle dissenting views, and oversimplify the complex truths of war. In the Soviet period, official memory often downplayed the suffering of civilians and overlooked military failures to preserve a message of constant victory. Post-Soviet analyses have aimed to balance pride with critical review, recognizing the full extent of the sacrifice and tragedy. Globally, Stalingrad's myth connects with universal ideas of human resilience and the fight against tyranny. For many, it represents the ultimate trial of will against overwhelming odds. Resistance groups during and after the war cited Stalingrad as evidence that despotic powers could be opposed and overcome. The battle's legacy has crossed national lines, becoming part of a shared human narrative about courage and survival. In museums and memorials across the world, Stalingrad is commemorated not just as a military success, but as a solemn warning. It pushes visitors to face the devastating price of total war and to pay respect to those who endured its horrors. The preservation of battle sites, artifacts, and personal accounts ensures that the lessons of Stalingrad stay vivid and available to future generations. The dynamic between memory and myth keeps evolving as historians find new information and survivor stories are documented. Our understanding deepens and changes. The story of Stalingrad prompts continuous reflection on how societies process trauma and heroism, how history is influenced by culture and politics, and how we can honor the past while aiming for a more peaceful future. But in the end, Stalingrad is a testament to the power of memory, not just to save history, but to define identity, values, and hope. It reminds us that beneath the rubble and devastation are tales of resilience, sacrifice, and humanity that continue to resonate through time and across continents. Through memory and myth, the battle endures as a symbol, a warning, and a source of lasting inspiration. Stalingrad's relevance today. The Battle of Stalingrad, which took place over 7 decades ago, is still one of the most profound and educational events in the history of modern conflict. Its story is not limited to the pages of history texts or the monuments that rise in Volgograd. It continues to resonate deeply with military planners, policymakers, and humanity as a whole. As we observe the world today, filled with new conflicts and geopolitical strains, the lessons that came from the ashes of Stalingrad provide priceless insights, timeless warnings about the costs of war, the complexities of leadership, and the unbreakable nature of human resilience. At the core of Stalingrad's lasting relevance is the nature of urban combat. The battle changed the way military strategists think about fighting in cities, environments filled with civilians, complex landscapes, and unforeseen factors. Stalingrad showed that urban warfare is a brutal, chaotic fight that demands not just firepower but also flexibility, a deep knowledge of the terrain, and the cohesion of small units. Modern conflicts from Sarajevo to Aleppo have mirrored these truths. Commanders today still study the battle's lessons on how to deal with the maze of ruins, the presence of civilians, and street-by-street fighting. The logistical problems faced during Stalingrad are just as relevant today. The German Sixth Army's encirclement and lack of supplies highlighted the crucial fact that no army can operate without a consistent flow of resources. In our modern world, where supply lines are global and technologies are intricate, ensuring constant support to frontline troops is a task of immense scale. The Soviet success in cutting off German supply lines is a reminder that controlling logistics can be as important as direct combat. Stalingrad also provides key lessons on leadership and decision-making under intense pressure. Hitler's refusal to permit a strategic retreat, combined with his rigid command style, shows how arrogance and inflexibility can destroy even the strongest forces. In contrast, Soviet commanders like Zhukov and Chuikov showed the importance of pragmatism, local initiative, and the readiness to adapt to changing situations. In a time when leaders face complex and fast-moving challenges, Stalingrad's story is a warning about the dangers of dogmatism and highlights the importance of responsive, well-informed leadership. Beyond strategy and tactics, the battle demonstrates the immense psychological toll of total war. The constant bombing, starvation, and close-quarters fighting left deep emotional scars on soldiers and civilians alike. Modern military psychology and veteran support have been influenced in part by understanding the trauma suffered during conflicts like Stalingrad. Acknowledging the human cost of war, its effect on mental health and society, is a vital part of how we handle conflict resolution and post-war healing today. But the battle story also emphasizes the resilience of ordinary individuals in extraordinary situations. The civilians of Stalingrad, caught in the middle of the fighting, endured unimaginable suffering, yet never lost hope. Their bravery and fortitude remind us that war is never just about armies and generals. It is about people, their lives thrown into chaos, their communities destroyed, yet their spirit undaunted. This lesson resonates in current conflicts where civilians are still bearing the brunt of warfare's destruction. Stalingrad's legacy further teaches us about the power and danger of ideology in warfare. The Soviet Union's story of patriotic defense was a key source of motivation, yet it also came at an immense human price. Hitler's ideological fixation on taking the city, despite growing evidence of the futility of his orders, led to a catastrophe. These lessons warn us today about the dangers of letting ideology, political, religious, or otherwise supplant practical and humane thinking in conflicts. Importantly, the battle highlights the need for international cooperation and understanding. World War II and Stalingrad showed how global conflicts affect nations and peoples far from the battlefield. In our interconnected world, diplomacy, dialogue, and multilateral actions are essential to keep conflicts from turning into devastating wars. Remembering Stalingrad reminds us of the stakes involved and the precious value of peace. Finally, the memory of Stalingrad pushes us to confront the ethics of war. It forces us to reckon with the staggering human cost, the loss of millions of lives, the ruin of cities, and the lasting trauma that war leaves behind. As technology progresses and new weapons are developed, the battle reminds us that behind every number are individuals and families forever altered. It calls on humanity to find paths that prevent such destruction whenever possible and to honor those who suffer when war is unavoidable. In conclusion, Stalingrad's relevance today goes beyond history. It acts as a powerful mirror reflecting the complexities of war, the need for wise leadership, the resilience of the human spirit, and the enduring desire for peace. As future generations face new challenges, the lessons forged in the ruins of Stalingrad stand as both a warning and a guide, compelling us to remember, to learn, and to work for a world where such sacrifices do not have to be repeated. In the blistering summer of 1942, a year after the initial invasion, the German war machine on the Eastern Front, though bloodied and stalled before Moscow, was far from broken. Adolf Hitler, abandoning the direct assault on the Soviet capital, turned his gaze south. He conceived a new grand offensive codenamed Case Blue, Fall Blau, with a singular, vital objective to seize the rich oil fields of the Caucasus. Oil was the lifeblood of modern warfare, and Germany's reserves were dwindling. Securing the Caucasus would fuel the Nazi war effort for years to come, while simultaneously starving the Red Army of its primary energy source. It was a bold gamble designed to cripple the Soviet Union and deliver a decisive blow. The offensive was entrusted to Army Group South, which was split into two powerful pincers. One would drive deep into the Caucasus to capture the oil fields, while the other, the Sixth Army, led by the methodical and obedient General Friedrich Paulus, was tasked with a crucial supporting role. Their mission was to advance eastward to the great bend of the Volga River and seize the city that lay there. This city was an important industrial center and a key transportation hub on the Volga, but it also bore the name of Germany's most hated enemy. Its capture would be a symbolic and strategic triumph of immense proportions. The city was Stalingrad. The initial stages of Case Blue were a staggering success, reminiscent of the first days of Barbarossa. The German Sixth Army, a formidable force of over 250,000 men equipped with panzer divisions and overwhelming air support from the Luftwaffe's 4th Air Fleet, smashed through the Soviet defenses. The Red Army, still reeling from the disasters of the previous year, fell back in disarray across the vast, sun-scorched steppe. For the German soldiers, it felt like victory was inevitable. The landscape was open, the resistance seemed to be collapsing, and the road to the Volga appeared clear. But the Soviet High Command, the Stavka, was learning from its mistakes. On July 28, 1942, as the Sixth Army neared the city, Joseph Stalin issued one of the most ruthless orders of the war, Order Number 227, known popularly by its chilling slogan, "Not one step back." The order forbade any retreat without direct orders from above. It called for the creation of blocking detachments behind the front lines with instructions to shoot any soldier, officer, or enlisted man who attempted to flee. It was a brutal, desperate measure, but it stiffened the resolve of the Red Army. The defense of Stalingrad was now a matter of life or death. As the German spearheads reached the outskirts of Stalingrad in late August, the nature of the campaign began to change. The open steppe, where their tanks and combined arms tactics had been so effective, gave way to the dense, sprawling suburbs of a modern industrial city. The Soviet 62nd Army, under the command of the grimly determined General Vasily, was dug in and waiting. They knew they were outmatched in open battle, but they were determined to make the Germans pay for every street, every building, every pile of rubble. The road to the Volga was complete, but the true battle was only just beginning. Before the ground assault began in earnest, Hitler and the Luftwaffe commander, Wolfram von Richthofen, decided to break the city's will from the air. On August 23, 1942, the 4th Air Fleet unleashed a bombing campaign of terrifying intensity. For 2 days, wave after wave of German bombers flew over Stalingrad, dropping thousands of tons of high explosive and incendiary bombs. The initial raid was designed not just to destroy military targets, but to terrorize the civilian population and obliterate the city itself. The result was a firestorm. The largely wooden residential suburbs were consumed by a sea of flames. A massive pillar of smoke and ash rose thousands of feet into the air, visible for miles across the steppe. The city's oil storage tanks on the banks of the Volga were hit, sending a river of fire pouring into the water. The heat was so intense that it created its own weather systems, with fire tornadoes twisting through the burning streets. In just 48 hours, Stalingrad was transformed from a living city into a smoldering, apocalyptic ruin. The human cost was catastrophic. An estimated 40,000 civilians were killed in the initial bombing raids, many of them incinerated in their homes or caught in the open as they tried to flee. The city's infrastructure, its water mains, its power grid, its hospitals, was annihilated. For the hundreds of thousands of residents still trapped, life became a desperate struggle for survival in a landscape of fire and death. They huddled in cellars and makeshift shelters, their world reduced to the constant drone of bombers and the shattering roar of explosions. Yet, paradoxically, the very totality of the destruction created the perfect environment for the city's defense. The Luftwaffe had not broken the city's spirit. They had forged it into a fortress of rubble. The bombed-out factories, the collapsed apartment buildings, and the craters from explosions created a labyrinth of defensive positions that was ideal for close-quarters combat. The German panzers, so dominant on the open steppe, would be of little use in this new shattered landscape. The battle would now be fought by infantry, room by room, in a man-made hell, As the German Sixth Army prepared to move into the ruined city, they believed their task was nearly complete. From the air, Stalingrad looked like a corpse, a city already dead. They expected to conduct a simple mopping-up operation, but General Chukov and the soldiers of the 62nd Army saw the ruins differently. For them, every pile of rubble was a potential sniper's nest, every shattered factory a fortress, every sewer tunnel a hidden line of communication. The City of Fire was about to become the city of the grave for tens of thousands of soldiers, as the battle moved from a war of machines to a primal struggle of human will. The German soldiers who entered the ruins of Stalingrad in September 1942 quickly found that this was a battle unlike any they had ever fought. The grand, sweeping maneuvers of the Blitzkrieg were useless here. The conflict degenerated into a savage, intimate form of combat that the Germans themselves came to call Rattenkrieg, the Rat War. It was a war fought not for miles of territory, but for inches, not for cities, but for single rooms, staircases, and sewer tunnels. Every pile of rubble was a potential machine, gun nest, every bombed, outbuilding a fortress. The fighting centered on a few key symbolic and strategic locations that became infamous for their brutality. The massive grain elevator in the south of the city, a concrete monolith, was defended by a handful of Soviet soldiers who held out for weeks against repeated German assaults. In the city center, a single four-story apartment building, defended by Sergeant Yakov Pavlov and his small platoon, became Pavlov's house, a symbol of unyielding resistance that held out for 2 months, overlooking a key square. The Germans marked it on their maps as a fortress, never realizing it was defended by fewer than 30 men. The industrial district in the north became the main focus of the fighting. The Red October Steel Factory, the Barricadi Arms Factory, and the Dzerzhinsky Tractor Factory were transformed into sprawling, interconnected battlegrounds. The fighting took place inside the cavernous, shattered workshops, a surreal landscape of twisted metal and broken machinery. Soviet and German soldiers hunted each other through the ruins, sometimes with entire floors of a building held by one side while the floor below was held by the other. The front line was often nothing more than a wall, a pile of bricks, or the space between two machines. This was the domain of the sniper. In the chaos of the ruins, a single well-placed shot could change the course of a small engagement. The duel between the Soviet hero Vasily Zaitsev and a supposed German master sniper sent to hunt him became a legendary, though likely embellished, tale that captured the personal, predatory nature of this fighting. For the common soldier on both sides, life was a state of constant, nerve-shredding tension. Death could come at any moment, from a sniper's bullet, a mortar shell, or a sudden, savage attack from an enemy hiding just feet away in the rubble. By November, after 2 months of this relentless, grinding warfare, the Germans had achieved a Pyrrhic victory. They controlled roughly 90% of the ruined city, but the cost had been staggering. The Sixth Army had suffered immense casualties and was physically and morally exhausted. The Soviets, led by the indomitable General Chukov, still clung to a few narrow slivers of territory on the western bank of the Volga River. They were battered, undersupplied, and on the brink of annihilation, but they had accomplished their mission. They had held on, drawing the German army into a meat grinder and buying the time the Soviet High Command needed to prepare its masterstroke. The soul of the Soviet defense was embodied by one man, Lieutenant General Vasily Ivanovich Chuikov, the commander of the 62nd Army. A gruff, hard-bitten, and utterly fearless soldier, Chuikov was given command in mid-September with a simple, brutal order from the Kremlin: hold the city or die. He established his command post on the western bank of the Volga, often just a few hundred yards from the front lines, sharing the same dangers as his men. His personal courage and refusal to retreat became the iron core around which the city's defense was built. Chuikov quickly realized that conventional tactics were suicidal against the superior firepower and air support of the Germans. His survival, and the survival of his army, depended on a new and dangerous philosophy of urban combat. He called it hugging the enemy. He ordered his troops to keep their front-line positions as close to the German lines as physically possible, often just the width of a street, a wall, or even a room. This proximity neutralized the Germans' greatest advantages. Their bombers and heavy artillery could not be used for fear of hitting their own troops. The Rat War was therefore not just a chaotic mess, it was a deliberate strategy. Zhukov broke his army down into small, mobile storm groups of 6 to 8 men, armed with submachine guns, grenades, and knives. These groups were experts at infiltration and close-quarters combat. They moved through sewers, basements, and bombed out buildings, striking the Germans where they were most vulnerable. They became masters of the urban landscape, turning every piece of rubble into a weapon. Zhukov's leadership was intensely personal. He remained in the city throughout the battle, even as his command post was shelled and bombed. He knew the names of his subordinate commanders and understood the reality on the ground because he lived it. This contrasted sharply with the more remote command style of General Paulus, who directed the battle from his headquarters outside the city. Zhukov's presence was a constant source of inspiration for his beleaguered soldiers. The 62nd Army's survival depended entirely on a fragile lifeline, the Volga River. Every night, under the constant threat of German artillery and air attack, ferries and small boats would cross the icy water, bringing meager reinforcements, ammunition, and food to the western bank, and carrying the wounded back to the east. Many of these boats were sunk, and the river became a graveyard. But just enough got through each night to allow the defenders to hold on for one more day, to continue hugging the enemy, and to bleed the German 6th Army white in the ruins of Stalingrad. While Zhukov's men were fighting their desperate battle of inches, a far larger drama was unfolding, unknown to them and to the Germans they were fighting. The Soviet High Command was quietly massing immense forces on the plains north and south of the city, preparing a trap that would change the course of the entire war. Zhukov's only job was to hold on, and he did. While the world's attention was fixated on the brutal house-to-house fighting within Stalingrad, the Soviet High Command, the Stavka, was secretly orchestrating one of the most ambitious and decisive military operations of the war. Under the overall direction of Generals Georgy Zhukov and Alexander Vasilevsky, a plan was developed to not just relieve Stalingrad, but to encircle and destroy the entire German 6th Army. The plan, codenamed Operation Uranus, was a classic double-pincer movement of immense scale, a masterpiece of strategic deception and military force. Beginning in late September, the Soviets began a massive secret buildup of forces on the steppes to the northwest and southeast of Stalingrad. Over 1 million soldiers, more than 1,500 tanks, thousands of artillery pieces, and hundreds of aircraft were quietly moved into position. The logistical effort was staggering, conducted mostly at night and under conditions of extreme secrecy to avoid detection by German reconnaissance. Troops and equipment were brought in from as far away as Siberia, all while the desperate fighting in the city itself served as the perfect distraction. The German High Command and its intelligence services were guilty of a catastrophic failure of imagination, born of arrogance and racial prejudice. They fundamentally underestimated the Soviet Union's ability to reconstitute its armies and mount a major offensive. They dismissed intelligence reports of a Soviet buildup as insignificant or as preparations for a minor attack. Their focus remained entirely on the prize of Stalingrad itself, and they failed to pay sufficient attention to the dangerously overstretched and vulnerable flanks of the 6th Army. These flanks were not held by German troops. To the north and south of the main German thrust, the lines were held by Allied armies from Romania, Hungary, and Italy. These armies were poorly equipped, particularly with anti-tank weapons, and their morale was low. They were the weak points in the German front, the soft underbelly that the Soviets intended to pierce with their armored spearheads. The contrast between the elite German 6th Army and the forces guarding its flanks was a fatal weakness in the German position. As the Russian winter began to set in, with snow starting to cover the vast open steppe, the Soviet armies were in place. The soldiers were issued white winter camouflage, their tanks were painted white, and their morale was high. They were about to unleash a storm that the Germans, still confident of their imminent victory in the city, had no idea was coming. The date for the offensive was set for November 19, 1942. The jaws of the trap were ready to spring shut. In the pre-dawn darkness of November 19, 1942, a deafening roar shattered the silence of the frozen steppe northwest of Stalingrad. More than 30,500 Soviet cannons and rocket launchers opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a massive artillery barrage on the positions of the 3rd Romanian Army. The bombardment lasted for 80 minutes, pulverizing the Romanian defenses. Then, under the cover of a dense fog and falling snow, the Soviet armored columns charged forward, their T-34 tanks smashing through the terrified and overwhelmed Romanian lines. The collapse of the northern flank was swift and total. The Romanian army, lacking adequate anti-tank guns, and with its command structure shattered by the bombardment, simply disintegrated. Soviet tank corps now poured through the breach, racing south across the open steppe, not toward Stalingrad, but behind it, their objective the town of Kalach-na-Donu on the Don River, deep in the German rear. The speed and ferocity of the attack caught the German command completely by surprise. A day later, on November 20, the southern arm of the pincer was unleashed. Another massive artillery barrage struck the positions of the 4th Romanian Army southeast of the city. Once again, the Soviet tanks broke through with ease, this time driving northwestward to meet their comrades from the northern pincer. The German 6th Army, still engaged in its brutal struggle for the last pockets of resistance in Stalingrad, began to receive panicked and confusing reports of a major Soviet offensive on its flanks. Inside Stalingrad, General Paulus and his staff were slow to grasp the magnitude of the disaster unfolding around them. Initial reports were dismissed as minor Soviet counterattacks. They were focused on the city, on the final victory that seemed so close. By the time they realized that their entire army was in danger of being encircled, it was too late. The Soviet armored spearheads were moving too fast, cutting off every potential route of escape. On November 23, just 4 days after Operation Uranus began, the lead tanks of the 2 Soviet pincers met at Kalach, closing the ring. The trap had been sprung. The entire German 6th Army, along with parts of the 4th Panzer Army and Romanian units, a force of nearly 300,000 men, was now completely surrounded, cut off from the rest of the German front by hundreds of miles of hostile territory. The victors of the summer campaign had become the besieged, trapped in a vast pocket centered on the ruined city they had fought so hard to conquer. For the hundreds of thousands of German soldiers now trapped in the vast frozen pocket around Stalingrad, a new and terrifying reality set in. They were no longer an advancing army, but a besieged garrison. The Encirclement, which came to be known as Der Kessel or the Cauldron, was a frozen hell from which there seemed to be no escape. The immediate reaction of General Paulus was to request permission from Hitler to attempt a breakout to the west, to fight his way out of the trap before the Soviet ring could be solidified. From a military standpoint, it was the only logical course of action. But in his remote headquarters in East Prussia, Adolf Hitler refused to countenance any retreat. For him, Stalingrad had become a matter of personal prestige and ideological will. The city bearing his enemy's name could not be abandoned. He forbade Paulus from attempting a breakout and declared Stalingrad a Festung, a fortress to be held at all costs. He then made a fateful promise, based on the boastful assurances of the head of the Luftwaffe, Hermann Göring. The 6th Army would be fully supplied from the air. This promise was a fantasy, a catastrophic miscalculation that sealed the fate of the trapped army. Supplying nearly 300,000 men required a minimum of 500 tons of supplies, food, ammunition, fuel, medical equipment every single day. The Luftwaffe, however, lacked the transport aircraft, the nearby airfields, and the capacity to deliver even a fraction of that amount, especially in the face of brutal winter weather and increasingly effective Soviet anti-aircraft defenses. The air bridge to Stalingrad was a dismal failure from the start. On its best days, the airlift delivered just over 100 tons of supplies. On many days, due to blizzards or Soviet fighters, nothing got through at all. The rations for the soldiers inside the cauldron were cut again and again, from meager to starvation levels. The promise of salvation from the air became a source of bitter disappointment, as the soldiers would watch the few planes that did arrive and know it was not nearly enough. Their hopes of rescue now turned to a different possibility: a relief force fighting its way to them from the outside. The cauldron was a vast expanse of frozen steppe, dotted with ruined villages and centered on the apocalyptic landscape of Stalingrad itself. The soldiers dug into the frozen earth, using the bodies of their dead comrades as sandbags, trying to survive against both the relentless Soviet attacks and the even more deadly enemies of hunger and cold. The sense of being abandoned, trapped in a hopeless situation by the whims of a distant Führer, began to eat away at their morale and discipline. The great victors of the summer were now starving, freezing, and waiting for a miracle. The last hope for the trapped Sixth Army lay with one of Germany's most brilliant commanders, Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. In December 1942, he hastily assembled a relief force, designated Army Group Dawn, and launched a desperate offensive code-named Operation Winter Storm Unternehmen Wintergewitter. The goal was to punch a hole through the Soviet encirclement and create a corridor through which the Sixth Army could be rescued. It was a race against time, with every passing day seeing the men in the cauldron grow weaker from starvation and cold. Manstein's panzer columns, led by the elite LV Panzer Corps, began their push eastward across the snow-covered steppe. The fighting was fierce. The Soviets, anticipating a relief attempt, had established strong defensive positions, and the German advance was slow and costly. Nevertheless, through sheer determination, the relief force clawed its way forward, getting closer and closer to the beleaguered Sixth Army. By December 19th, Manstein's spearheads had reached the Mishkova River, just 30 miles from the edge of the cauldron. The trapped soldiers could hear the distant rumble of the guns. Hope surged through the frozen pocket. A rescue seemed possible. But this was the moment of decision. Manstein radioed Paulus, urging him to launch a breakout attack to the southwest, to meet the relief force halfway. This was the Sixth Army's last chance. Without a coordinated attack from both inside and out, the relief attempt was doomed to fail. General Paulus, a man defined by his obedience, found himself in an agonizing position. He radioed Hitler's headquarters, pleading for permission to attempt the breakout, codenamed Operation Thunderclap. The answer came back from the Führer himself, an absolute, unequivocal no. The Sixth Army was to hold its fortress position in Stalingrad. No retreat, no breakout. Paulus, though he knew the order was a death sentence for his army, could not bring himself to disobey a direct command from his Führer. He was a product of the Prussian military tradition of absolute obedience, and at the critical moment, this tradition paralyzed him. With Paulus unwilling to act without orders, Manstein's relief force could advance no further. Faced with growing Soviet resistance and the threat of being encircled themselves, they were forced to halt and then begin a fighting withdrawal. The sound of the rescue guns faded. For the men inside the cauldron, this was the final soul-crushing blow. They had been abandoned. Their last glimmer of hope was extinguished in the vast, unforgiving winter landscape. The agony of the Sixth Army would now be played out to its tragic conclusion. With the failure of the relief attempt, the situation inside the cauldron descended into a full-blown apocalypse. The final weeks of the Sixth Army's existence were a relentless agony of starvation, disease, and freezing cold. The daily ration for the soldiers was cut to less than 2 ounces of bread. They ate the last of their horses, then the dogs, then the rats and mice that scurried through the ruins. They boiled leather belts and gnawed on bones, anything to quell the gnawing pain of hunger. Emaciated and weak, the soldiers became walking skeletons, their once proud uniforms hanging loosely on their skeletal frames. The Russian winter, General Winter as it was called, was a merciless enemy. Temperatures plunged to -30°C and beyond. The soldiers, still in their summer uniforms, had no protection against the savage cold. Frostbite was rampant, turning feet and hands black and gangrenous. The wounded, crowded into freezing unlit cellars that served as makeshift hospitals, died by the thousands. There were no anesthetics, no bandages, no medicine. Amputations were performed with ordinary saws, without any way to dull the pain. Discipline, the bedrock of the German army, completely disintegrated. Soldiers huddled together in lice-infested dugouts, too weak and apathetic to fight or even to bury their dead. whose frozen bodies were piled up outside their shelters or used to build breastworks. A profound sense of despair and abandonment settled over the army. They knew they had been sacrificed, written off by a leadership that was thousands of miles away. Their letters home, the few that got out, were filled with a bleak and heartbreaking finality. The Soviets, meanwhile, intensified their psychological warfare. Loudspeakers were set up around the perimeter of the pocket, blasting messages in German, promising food and medical care to those who surrendered. They played tango music and broadcast the ticking of a clock, followed by the announcement, every 7 seconds, a German soldier dies in Stalingrad. Stalingrad, mass grave. Leaflets were dropped from the air, offering safe passage to any soldier who would give up. For the starving and freezing men in the pocket, the temptation to surrender was immense. But they were also terrified, both of their own officers, who would shoot them for desertion, and of what the Soviets might do to them, having been fed a steady diet of propaganda about Asiatic barbarians. The final agony of the Sixth Army was a slow, agonizing slide into a collective death, a testament to the absolute horror of a war where human life had lost all value. By late January 1943, the end was near. The Soviet forces launched their final offensive, Operation Ring, a massive, methodical assault designed to liquidate the last remnants of the German pocket. The Red Army, using overwhelming artillery and infantry, began to slice the cauldron into smaller pieces. The resistance of the starving, freezing German soldiers was sporadic, but in some places still desperate. But it was a hopeless fight. The pocket shrank daily, and the Red Army pushed into the ruins of the city itself. The remaining German forces were split into two smaller pockets, one in the southern part of the city, centered on the Univermag department store, and one in the north, around the ruins of the tractor factory. General Paulus had established his headquarters in the basement of the department store, a grim, subterranean world of despair. He was now completely cut off from his northern forces and was losing control of the rapidly deteriorating situation. On January 30th, the 10th anniversary of his coming to power, Adolf Hitler sent one last, macabre message to Paulus. He promoted him to the rank of field marshal. The message was not one of honor, it was a sinister command. No German field marshal in history had ever surrendered. The implication was clear: Paulus was expected to commit suicide rather than face the humiliation of capture. It was an order to choose death over disgrace. But Friedrich Paulus, the obedient general who had followed his Führer's orders to the point of his army's annihilation, finally disobeyed. He had seen enough death. He had no intention of killing himself for a madman in a distant bunker. On the morning of January 31st, 1943, with Soviet troops just outside his headquarters, Paulus surrendered. A Soviet officer found the newly minted field marshal, gaunt and broken, in the filth of his basement command post. The surrender of the southern pocket was complete. The northern pocket, under the command of General Karl Strecker, held out for 2 more days. Trapped in the ruins of the tractor factory, they fought on until their ammunition was exhausted. On February 2nd, Strecker sent his final message. The Sixth Army, true to its oath and conscious of the lofty importance of its mission, has held its position to the last man and the last round for Führer and fatherland. Then they, too, surrendered. The Battle of Stalingrad was over. The iconic images of the surrender of the gaunt, frostbitten Paulus, and of the long gray columns of tens of thousands of German soldiers marching into captivity became a defining moment of the war, a stark symbol of Nazi Germany's greatest defeat. The surrender of the Sixth Army was not the end of the suffering. For the soldiers who survived the battle, it was the beginning of a new ordeal. Of the roughly 250,000 men originally encircled in the Stalingrad pocket, only about 91,000 were still alive to be taken prisoner. These men were not the proud, confident soldiers who had marched to the Volga the previous summer. They were emaciated, frostbitten, and lice-infested specters, a ghost army stumbling out of the ruins of a frozen hell. Their ordeal was far from over. The first trial was the march into captivity. In the brutal cold of the Russian winter, the prisoners were forced to march for miles across the snow-covered steppe to hastily prepared collection camps. They had no food, no proper winter clothing, and no medical care. Thousands died on these death marches, collapsing from exhaustion, hunger, and exposure, their bodies left frozen by the side of the road. The Soviet guards, hardened by years of war and with little sympathy for the invaders who had destroyed their homes, were often brutal. The conditions in the Soviet prisoner of war camps were horrific. They were overcrowded, unsanitary, and lacked even the most basic necessities. Food was scarce, consisting of little more than thin soup and a small piece of bread. Diseases like typhus, dysentery, and diphtheria swept through the camps, killing thousands more. Medical care was almost non-existent. The prisoners, already weakened by months of starvation in the cauldron, died in droves. The human cost was staggering. Of the 91,000 German soldiers who surrendered at Stalingrad, more than half were dead within 3 months. They perished from disease, starvation, and the brutal conditions of the camps. The Soviet Union itself, devastated by the war and facing its own food shortages, had little ability and even less inclination to provide for the men who had been part of the invading force that had inflicted so much suffering on their people. For the prisoners, the years that followed were a long, slow agony of hard labor, hunger, and despair, with little news from home and even less hope of return. It was not until after the war, and in some cases not until the mid-1950s after Stalin's death, that the last survivors of Stalingrad were finally repatriated to Germany. Of the 91,000 who had marched into captivity, only about 5,000 to 6,000 ever saw their homeland again. They returned as broken men, ghosts of a once mighty army, living symbols of the catastrophic cost of Hitler's war. When the last shots faded on February 2, 1943, Stalingrad was a city of absolute silence and almost complete annihilation. It was no longer a city but a vast frozen graveyard, a sprawling landscape of skeletal buildings, twisted metal, and mountains of rubble. The smell of death hung heavy in the frigid air. For months, the living had shared the city with the dead, and now the task of clearing the ruins and burying the countless bodies began. Soviet soldiers and the few surviving civilians moved through the apocalyptic landscape like ghosts themselves. The task was monumental. The city had to be cleared of hundreds of thousands of corpses, German, Romanian, Italian, and Soviet, many of them frozen solid in the positions where they had fallen. Mass graves were dug in the frozen earth. The city also had to be cleared of millions of mines, unexploded shells, and booby traps, a deadly legacy that would continue to claim lives long after the battle was over. The physical destruction was almost total. Not a single building in the city center was left undamaged. The great factories, the Red October, the Barricade, Pavlov's house were gutted shells. The human cost of victory was as staggering as the physical destruction. The 62nd Army had been bled white, fighting to the last man in defense of the city. Countless civilians who had been trapped in the fighting had perished from bombing, shelling, starvation, and disease. But for the Soviet Union, the city that was saved was infinitely more important than the city that was destroyed. Its survival was a symbol of the nation's unbreakable will. Immediately, the process of myth to making began. On May 1, 1943, Joseph Stalin officially declared Stalingrad a hero city, the first city to be granted this highest Soviet honor. The narrative was clear. This was a triumph of the collective Soviet people, a victory of communist ideology over fascism, a story of heroic, unwavering sacrifice. The complexities, the brutal orders like not one step back, and the immense suffering were subsumed into this grand, heroic tale. The rebuilding of the city began almost immediately, a testament to Soviet resolve. But the victory at Stalingrad was more than a symbolic triumph. It was a strategic one. The destruction of the German Sixth Army was a blow from which the Wehrmacht on the Eastern Front would never fully recover. It freed up massive battle, hardened Soviet armies, which could now begin their relentless 2-year offensive that would carry them all the way to the streets of Berlin. The tide of the war had irrevocably turned on the frozen banks of the Volga. The news of the disaster at Stalingrad could not be hidden from the German people. For the first time in the war, the Nazi propaganda machine, led by the master manipulator Joseph Goebbels, had to admit a catastrophic defeat. The surrender of an entire army was a shock to a public that had been fed a steady diet of victory and German invincibility. The government declared 3 days of national mourning. Radio broadcasts played somber music, and newspapers were printed with black borders. The myth of Hitler as an infallible military genius was shattered. The regime, however, could not afford to let despair take root. It needed to rally the nation for a new, more desperate phase of the conflict. On February 18, 1943, just over 2 weeks after the surrender, Goebbels delivered his most famous and chilling speech to a carefully selected audience of party faithful at the Berlin Sportpalast. The speech was a masterpiece of manipulative oratory, designed to turn the despair of Stalingrad into a renewed, fanatical commitment to the war effort. He painted a terrifying picture of the Jewish, Bolshevik threat from the East, arguing that the battle at Stalingrad had saved Western civilization from an onslaught of Asiatic hordes. He then shifted from defense to a call for total mobilization, asking the audience a series of 10 rhetorical questions. The questions escalated in intensity, culminating in the famous, thunderous climax: do you want total war? If necessary, do you want a war more total and radical than anything that we can even imagine today? The crowd, whipped into a frenzy, roared its approval. Ja, ja, ja! The speech was broadcast across the nation. It was a clear signal that the war was entering a new phase. All of Germany's resources, its industry, its people, its very social fabric, were to be totally mobilized for the war effort. Women were called into the factories. Non-essential businesses were closed, and the last reserves of manpower were called up. The dream of a quick, glorious victory was dead. The new reality was a desperate struggle for national survival. For the German people, the defeat at Stalingrad marked a profound psychological turning point. The letters from the front stopped coming. Families began to receive official notices that their sons, husbands, and fathers were missing. The private grief and anxiety that had been suppressed by years of propaganda now began to surface. While the regime demanded total war, a quiet undercurrent of doubt and weariness began to grow. The road from Stalingrad would lead not to victory, but to Götterdämmerung, the twilight of the gods, and the eventual total collapse of the Third Reich. In London and Washington, the news of the Soviet victory at Stalingrad was greeted with a complex mixture of immense relief and quiet apprehension. The relief was palpable. The destruction of the German Sixth Army was a massive blow to the Nazi war machine, a clear sign that the tide of the war was turning. The incredible sacrifice of the Red Army was acknowledged with genuine admiration. The pressure on the Western Allies, who were still fighting in North Africa and preparing for an eventual invasion of Europe, was significantly eased. The Soviet Union had proven it could not only hold its own, but could decisively defeat the best of the German army. The victory had immediate strategic implications. It solidified the Germany First strategy that the Allies had agreed upon, but it also intensified the pressure from Stalin on Churchill and Roosevelt to open a second front in Western Europe. Stalin argued with considerable justification that the Soviet Union was bearing the overwhelming brunt of the fighting and dying. The long delays in launching a cross-channel invasion were a source of deep suspicion and friction within the Grand Alliance. Stalingrad gave Stalin a powerful moral and military argument to demand more from his allies. But the relief was tempered by a growing wariness of Soviet power and post-war intentions. Western leaders, while celebrating the defeat of their common enemy, were also keenly aware that the Red Army's relentless push westward would determine the future political map of Europe. A powerful, victorious Soviet Union would be in a position to dominate Eastern and Central Europe, replacing Nazi tyranny with communist control. The seeds of the post-war confrontation were being sown even as the alliance fought for its survival. This complex dynamic was on full display at the Casablanca Conference in January 1943, while the battle was still raging. Roosevelt and Churchill met, and partly to reassure Stalin of their commitment, announced a new overarching policy: the demand for the unconditional surrender of the Axis powers. This policy was meant to signal that there would be no separate peace deals and that the alliance was united in its goal of total victory. However, it also reflected a recognition that a negotiated peace with Germany was now less likely, given the scale and brutality of the fighting on the Eastern Front. Stalingrad fundamentally shifted the balance of power within the Grand Alliance. Before the battle, the Soviet Union had been the desperate junior partner, fighting for its very existence. After Stalingrad, it was a proven military giant, a nation that had absorbed a devastating blow and was now on a relentless counteroffensive. This new reality would give Stalin a much stronger hand in the subsequent wartime conferences at Tehran and Yalta, where the leaders would begin to carve up the post-war world and lay the foundations for the Cold War that was to follow. The defeat at Stalingrad was a humiliation that Adolf Hitler could not accept. He was determined to regain the strategic initiative on the Eastern Front and deliver a crushing blow to the Red Army that would reverse the tide of the war. In the summer of 1943, he planned one last, massive offensive, a final throw of the dice designed to encircle and destroy huge Soviet forces. The target was a large salient, or bulge, in the front line around the city of Kursk. The plan, codenamed Operation Citadel, would lead to the largest tank battle in human history. The Germans amassed a formidable force for the attack, including their newest and most powerful tanks, the Tigers and Panthers, which were technologically superior to most of the Soviet armor. But the Soviets, under the brilliant leadership of Marshal Georgy Zhukov, were not caught by surprise. Thanks to excellent intelligence, including information from the British codebreakers at Bletchley Park and their own spy networks, the Soviet High Command knew exactly where and when the German attack would come. Instead of launching a preemptive strike, the Soviets chose a defensive strategy of unprecedented depth and complexity. They turned the Kursk salient into a massive fortress. They laid hundreds of thousands of anti-tank mines, dug thousands of miles of trenches, and created a series of 8 heavily fortified defensive belts, some as deep as 100 miles. They massed an enormous number of anti-tank guns and concentrated their own tank armies for a devastating counterattack once the German offensive had been blunted. The Battle of Kursk began on July 5, 1943, with a massive German assault on the northern and southern faces of the salient. The fighting was ferocious. The German panzer divisions clawed their way forward through the deep Soviet defenses, but their progress was slow and incredibly costly. The Battle of Prokhorovka on July 12 became the epicenter of the conflict, a chaotic and brutal clash involving over 1,000 tanks on a single smoke-choked battlefield. The era of the elegant, sweeping blitzkrieg was over. This was a brutal head-on collision. Ultimately, Operation Citadel failed. The German offensive exhausted itself against the depth and resilience of the Soviet defenses, suffering irreplaceable losses in men and, crucially, in their best tanks. After just over a week of fighting, Hitler called off the offensive. The failure at Kursk was the final turning point on the Eastern Front. The German army had lost its offensive capability for good. From this moment on, it would be on a continuous strategic retreat. The Red Army now held the initiative, an advantage it would not relinquish until it reached the ruins of Berlin 2 years later. Stalingrad had broken the back of the Wehrmacht. Kursk ensured it would never recover. The Battle of Stalingrad was not merely a single event in a larger war. It was the psychological and strategic fulcrum upon which the entire conflict turned. Its conclusion marked the definitive end of the Nazi blitzkrieg and the beginning of the Third Reich's long, agonizing collapse. The long shadow cast by the ruined city on the Volga would stretch across the remaining years of the war and far into the future, fundamentally reshaping the world. It was a battle whose legacy is measured not just in territory gained or lost, but in the alteration of nations, ideologies, and the very memory of human conflict. The geopolitical consequences, as explored previously, were immense. The battle cemented the Soviet Union's status as a superpower and set the stage for its domination of Eastern Europe, drawing the lines for the Cold War before the Hot War had even ended. The balance of power within the Allied coalition shifted irrevocably, giving Stalin a powerful hand in shaping the post-war world. The world we inherited, a world of two opposing blocks, was born in the crucible of Stalingrad's incredible violence and the Soviet victory that followed. The memory and myth of Stalingrad also became a powerful force in itself. For the Soviet Union, it was the foundational story of the Great Patriotic War, a tale of collective sacrifice and heroic resistance that became a cornerstone of national identity and regime legitimacy for the next 50 years. Globally, the name Stalingrad became a universal symbol of endurance against impossible odds, a testament to the power of human will to resist tyranny. This myth, while often simplifying the brutal realities, provided a powerful narrative of hope in a world darkened by war. And the enduring lessons of the battle continue to inform our understanding of modern warfare. The brutal realities of urban combat, the absolute necessity of logistics, the psychological toll of total war, and the catastrophic danger of hubristic leadership are all lessons written in the blood and rubble of Stalingrad. Military academies and policymakers today still study the conflict, seeking to understand how to navigate the complex human-dense battlefields of the 21st century and to avoid the kind of attritional slaughter that defined the fighting on the Volga. Ultimately, however, the longest shadow of Stalingrad is its human cost. The millions of soldiers and civilians who perished, the city annihilated, the prisoners who marched into an oblivion from which few returned. These are the battle's true legacy. It stands as a terrifying monument to the horrors of total war and the capacity for both incredible cruelty and astonishing resilience that lies within the human spirit. The name Stalingrad is more than a place on a map. It has become a part of our global language, a synonym for a turning point of epic proportions, a brutal, grinding fight to the death, and a moment that forever altered the course of the 20th century and beyond.